doing something a little bit different today. You know what? Let me put on my headphones. I suppose those are a thing that I should wear. Now I can hear you all. Not that there's anybody here chatting with me at the moment, but hey, what are we gonna do? Um, Glad to have you guys here with me. Happy that you have come along to join in, and I hope you guys are ready to read some books and have some fun with me today and just really see how the day goes for us. We are here today to read from The Ice Queen by Elena Van Peborgh. We are here to talk about Project New Hope and ideally raise some money for Project New Hope. Because fantastic organization, as you can tell by the t-shirt I'm wearing. I know it's backwards because cameras, it's what cameras do. But I have been a volunteer with Project New Hope for many years, and you have served on their advisory board and done lots of things for them, and they are a spectacular and wonderful organization. And what they do is a lot of really good stuff. So why don't we start by watching a little video about Project New Hope? Let's get in here and we'll hit play.
Why do I think it's important to spread the word about Project New Hope to other veterans is because these programs like this are not many out there, and for military members, we don't really get exposed to this.
Project New Hope, with all their impact, has helped me out emotionally on bringing me out of a shell. Like I always felt I was the only one out there with issues or problems. And when I got involved with these guys, this organization, to find out that I'm not the only one out there. There's a lot of us.
Project New Hope has helped me immensely. I actually didn't start there as a volunteer. I actually started there as somebody who they reached out to help support me in my times of need. And by them doing that and continuing to do that throughout the years, it's given me the immense pleasure and honor to continue to help them to give back to the veterans any way I can.
Project New Hope helped me feel connected is because I felt so disconnected. I call it a psychological mind trip where you think you're all alone, but there's great people in the community that are reaching out to veterans, make them feel welcome, and to prove that they feel welcome, not just by words, but by actions.
I think it's really important for local organizations to support our veterans and military affiliated first responders. We owe these people our debt of gratitude.
Well, we support the Veterans Run. We've been doing it for 11 years now. Project New Hope does a lot for returning veterans and to help their mental state and food and everything else that's on their plate. And we're happy to do this bike run every year and hopefully raise enough money for to keep Project New Hope and Bill going forever.
We walked in there, it's a bunch of community. We have veterans in there that seem like they come here for specific togetherness, connectedness, and just to feel part of something, and we're happy to help support that.
What I love about being involved with Project New Hope, and especially with doing the Cortina method, the best part about it is watching the veterans come in on day one and just seeing the heaviness of what they've been carrying forever. And the heaviness is so palpable. And when they leave, they're light and uplifted and so energized, and that just warms my heart. It's the best thing I've ever been involved in.
This program has helped me tremendously with the food bill, so this program has been a godsend.
Well, the support that we've received is Christmas time. They did the Christmas gifts for our grandkids. The food pantry has been a lifesaver, and it's just been a help, and everybody there has been so helpful and so friendly and so supportive.
They just help you out 100%. Can't wait until Tuesday comes to get to the coffee hour.
Project New Hope gave me the resources and help me weather through the storms when times were tough. And it's always been a part of my life and supportive. And I cannot say how blessed I am being a part of this program.
So we are going to talk about Project New Hope off and on throughout the day today. So if you missed anything as we came in, hey, don't worry. It will come back around again. And of course, I am rather familiar with the program. Again, I have served on the advisory board for almost a decade. I'm a volunteer there and really support the work that they do, which is why I'm doing this charity live stream for them, because it is important to make sure that we are giving back to the places that really get out there and take care of us. And as a disabled veteran myself, it makes a big difference to me to be involved in an organization that helps to, well, you see it right there on the screen, where veterans rebuild with honor. Through the retreats, which we will talk about some of the retreats. I'll, flash through some of this really quick. I got different screens. Some of the different things that we have in here as we're looking at some of this, some of the retreats that you will see that Project New Hope offers for free to veterans. They have a food pantry that they do, just a lot of great stuff that Project New Hope does out there and takes care of for all of the veterans. So I am excited to be able to tell you guys about that today, but I am not just here to talk about Project New Hope today, although Project New Hope is a fantastic organization. We're also here to do some of what we always do, and that is to highlight fantastic authors, give a little bit of a read to their book, and hopefully you will find that you like the book. You'll go out there and support the author or the others. It is a joy what I do here to be able to give back to organizations, give back to indie authors. I am in a place in my life that I have the ability to be able to do so. So, hey, why not highlight great things? Give you guys a little taste of what some of this is all about. Hey, and at the same time, let's go ahead and raise some money for a fantastic organization. Peregrine, good afternoon. How are you today? So, for those of you guys who have not joined any of my live reading streams before, I do record these so that way, if you happen to miss any of the chapters, anything else, you can stop back out and catch them at a later time. So when I am reading the chapters themselves, I'm not going to stop the chapter to engage with the audience. It doesn't make for good recorded video later on. But I will be happy to answer questions in between chapters. We can talk about the book. We can talk about Project New Hope. We can talk about, hell, anything you would like to talk about. I am here for it. So I hope you guys are ready for a fun and exciting day of having some fun here together. And once we finish the book, because I think we're going to finish the book with plenty of time left for us to be able to talk about other things. Once we finish that, then hey, it'll be game time. And, I will open up to you guys. There's a lot of games that we can get out there and play. MechWarrior Online, a lot of you know me from that. I'm happy to go out there and play that game. We can play Hearthstone. We can play Diablo 4. We can play other things. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But until then, I want you guys to sit back, relax, and prepare to enjoy. We're going to dive into The Ice Queen. It is a Queen's Throne book, #1 by Elena Van Peborgh. Peborgh? I think Peborgh. I'm going to pronounce it wrong. I'm going to say it wrong throughout the day. It's just going to happen. Hey, you see it there. You can check out her work on, I know, Amazon. The recorded videos later on both YouTube and Rumble will have links to a lot of her materials in there. So you can stop out there and be able to look at some of this. But before we start, I have a little blurb to read about the book. Just a short little thing from the author. So Earth is a kingdom of beasts, and one princess protects mankind. In the future, Earth has succumbed to ruin, irrevocably altered by catastrophe of an apocalyptic scale. In a world where there is barely any sunshine or rain, supernatural creatures have taken over. There is Paudesia, the land of werewolves, Lythora, the vampire kingdom, Nerimia, the kingdom of vampire werewolf hybrids, and Mysaulia, the kingdom of witches and warlocks. Madison, the Ice Queen and Crown Princess of Mysaulia, has been trained as a warrior and hunter. She has learned to hate all supernatural creatures, but one day she receives a special assignment that may force her to reconsider everything she has been taught. Will she be able to let go of her hate? And there you go, just a little bit about what the Ice Queen is all about. And so we will get started in a moment. Just a reminder, again, we are here for Project New Hope today and making sure that we raise some money for this fantastic organization. Hello, is that Baseboard by Shiva? Jackson67, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever it happens to be. Welcome on in. If you do want to donate to Project New Hope, you will see around the screen today, I have a little bit on there of what we have received so far. There is a QR code that you can go to be able to donate. You can also go to projectnewhope.org, ma.org. They have a donation link right on their page that you can certainly donate through them as well. I will let you guys know that I am matching the first $200 that comes in today. So the first $200 we get, match it for another $200, guaranteed. As long as we have that come in, we'll have at least $400 going back out to Project New Hope to be able to support the work that they do and the mission that they do. In addition, they have a matching grant that has come in for them. They need to fundraise to meet that matching grant of $25,000. Well, that means that anything that we donate today is also going to be matched by another organization, which means you guys raise $200 today. I match the $200. We're up to $400. That gets matched. We're up to $800. $800 for Project New Hope is a fantastic thing for the mission that they do. Again, putting on the retreats that they do, the food pantry that they do. They're actually, they had the food pantry this morning. Couldn't be there, was setting up for this. But they do a food pantry twice a month for veterans and military members in need. So consider getting out there and supporting them, and you can donate right through the links on the screen. You will see that across all of the screens, I do have those QR codes for you to scan and be able to donate, and you can track how we are doing for the day. And so now let's go ahead and dive in as we start with the prologue of the Ice Queen. The Queen's Throne, Book 1. And let me get in here and have my recording ready. And here we go. Prologue, The Rise of the Great Darkness. The universe is wide and extensive, and even though we live in a technologically advanced world, we still haven't discovered all the other dimensions and species. So nobody expected what was about to come. It was a normal, quiet day like any other. At least, it was until the earthquake started. The ground began shaking out of nowhere, without warning. Everything afterwards happened so crazy fast. Coastal cities and big cities with high skyscrapers were hit the hardest. The tall buildings were pulled into the ground, while coastal cities got flooded by the waves of the sea. The earthquake had caused worldwide tsunamis. Some lucky people managed to escape their houses while glass shattered and walls started to show cracks. It was chaos everywhere, but especially in apartment buildings. People got overrun and pushed against the walls and stairs while everyone tried to escape. Inside and outside the building, people were screaming and panicking. Lights were all lighting up and flickering. Outside, there were also huge holes in the concrete of the street, and some cars were stuck in them. Windows broke and buildings disappeared into the ground, while more gaps and cracks appeared in the roads and in buildings. But small villages in the countryside weren't safe either. People fell into holes that opened right under them. The earthquake was disastrous and lasted for hours until it suddenly stopped. When it was finally over, many people had lost their lives. And that was only the beginning. The center was a red glowing portal that had appeared out of the crust of the earth, and it caused a worldwide earthquake. Demons from another dimension had started to invade the earth. Leonie and her friend Sarah were one of the lucky few who had managed to escape their building and city. They had run so far and fast that they had left the city behind and reached a rural area. They decided to stop by a farm. They hadn't taken anything with them in their hurry, not even their mobile phones, so they needed to ask for some supplies. A guy with short brown hair and brown eyes opened the door. His name was Marcus, and he looked terrible, just like the two girls. Their hair was almost gray, and they had grime all over them. Marcus allowed the two girls to stay in the farmhouse, since he lived there alone after losing his parents during the earthquake. The girls were happy to accept that. It had started to become darker as the sun was setting down. It was great for them to have a place to stay the night. A lot of technology had broken or had gotten lost in one of the many holes, but the three managed to make an old radio work after a lot of static. That way, they learned about the events that had happened that day and that the government would try to nuke the portal-like object the next day. Sarah was confident that nuking the portal would help destroy it, but she couldn't be more wrong. This had only been the first day. It wouldn't get any better. On the contrary, it was quiet for a few days. There weren't any more earthquakes, but the portal was still there. Nuking it hadn't worked. Since Marcus let Leonie and Sarah stay in the house and lots of buildings were destroyed and so many people were killed, including Marcus's parents, the two girls helped him in the fields and with chores in the house. They couldn't return to the city anyway. It was all destroyed. A week later, the three were all sitting in the kitchen that evening. Marcus was playing around with the radio, trying to get it to work for a short time again. Sarah was cleaning up the kitchen, and Leonie was folding some laundry. Suddenly, a voice came out of the radio again. "Don't go out during the night. Close all curtains and blinds. Whatever you do, don't look at the moon." The moon? The hell is wrong with the moon? Have they gone insane? Marcus wondered aloud. But the warning had come too late. Sarah was staring outside of the kitchen window. Like she was in a trance, she turned around and walked out of the kitchen. Leonie jumped up from the chair and ran after her, trying to stop Sarah. But it didn't help. She opened the front door and walked outside. "Sarah, don't! Come back inside!" "Leonie, don't go after her!" Marcus screamed. But Sarah was Leonie's best friend. They had known each other almost their whole lives. So Leonie ran outside after her friend. Sarah took a few more steps and then suddenly stopped. Leonie bumped into her and fell on the grass, while Sarah was still standing. She should have fallen, but she was still under the influence of the moon. Then she suddenly collapsed to her knees, causing her to fall onto the ground, and she started shaking and spasming. She didn't seem to be in pain. She wasn't screaming. There wasn't a single cloud that night, and the moon was glowing bright red. Everything had a red glow because of that. When Leonie looked up at the sky, she finally started to feel the influence of the moon too. A strange sensation ran through her, like a warm shiver. She collapsed to the ground. Damn you two! I regret the day I let you into my house, Marcus complained. He had followed the two girls outside as well. It didn't take long before he also fell to the ground. They had all been warned something like this would happen, but it had been too late. Leonie was the first to get back up, which was weird because Sarah had been the first to see the moon. She was shivering like she was cold. At least she wasn't shaking or spasming anymore. Marcus was lying awfully quiet. He didn't move at all. Leonie bent down to check his pulse, fearing he might be dead. But when she came close to him, he almost bit a finger off. "Marcus, what the?" she yelled in surprise. Then one big shiver went through his body. He lay very weird now, with his legs and arms forming unnatural corners. His face changed. It cracked and black lines appeared all over it. His once olive-colored skin had become creamy where they weren't black lines. He wasn't human at all anymore. He was too pale. He jumped up with inhuman speed and hissed at me. "Marcus, don't! It's me, Leonie!" Leonie screamed at him. It didn't help, though. He jumped towards her and pushed her against the ground. It had happened so fast she hadn't even seen it coming. At one point he was standing in front of her, and the next moment he had pushed her against the ground. His long, white fangs stuck out of his mouth and glimmered in the red moonlight. He had become something that had only existed in stories she had heard. He was a vampire. "No!" Leonie yelled when Marcus tried to bite her. With all of her willpower, she tried to push him away from her. But instead of physically pushing him away, she felt warmth running through her, over her spine. Suddenly, he flew up and away from her. Carefully, she got up. He had landed too far for her to have pushed him away. She wasn't that strong, and he was a vampire now, so it'd be harder to push him. Marcus quickly recovered and jumped up again. Sarah was his next target. He attacked her now. "Marcus, no! Stop! Leave her alone!" Leonie screamed. She ran towards them, but he bit Sarah and just pushed Leonie away with one arm. Yeah, he had the strength of a vampire. It only took a few minutes. Then he disappeared, confused and not himself. He moved too fast for Leonie to follow him with her eyes. Slowly, she crawled toward Sarah and put her fingers against her artery to check her pulse. Sarah was still breathing, and she had a heartbeat. She was just really weak. She was also sweating a lot, with drops running over her forehead, cheeks, and neck. It appeared she had a fever. The moon was still a bright red ball in the sky. Its effect had been different on each of them. Leonie had barely felt any effect of this moon, but she still felt like something had changed inside her. Marcus had become a vampire, and Sarah had become sick from looking at it. She never recovered or regained consciousness. Hours passed and her breathing became heavier while her heart rate slowed down. Her last breath was barely audible. She had survived the earthquake, but not this. She wasn't the only one suffering this fate. There were others just like her who had survived the earthquake, but had died during the night of the red glowing moon. Leonie was left alone now. Sarah was dead, and Marcus had run off in his panic and confusion. He would never return to the house. He had been too spooked from what had happened and from what he had done. Leonie was clueless about what had happened that night. She didn't understand why the moon had had a different effect on each of them. She didn't know what the moon had done to her, and she wondered how she had been able to make a vampire fly away. She decided to wait to make a decision until the morning. She'd be able to think more clearly after a good night's rest. The next day, she decided not to stay in this house. She didn't want to be there alone. She needed to figure out if there were more vampires, and if there were even still human beings, or only supernaturals. This was the beginning of the rise of the Great Darkness, the area that was under the control of the demons. It would only expand and chase more people away. People constantly needed to relocate their houses. Leonie would start her quest for other survivors and supernaturals. She would find out she was a witch and find other witches and warlocks. She would bring people together and lead them to safety and become the first queen of the witches and warlocks. So the next day she went on her quest. When she opened the front door and stepped outside, she noticed that the air felt weird, like a strange vibe was present. There was no sun, only gray clouds. All color and warmth had disappeared out of the world. It was depressing. The days after, the weather stayed the same. It was always overcast gray. There was no more rain, none at all, and no more sunshine peeking through the clouds. Leonie never saw the sun or a ray of sunlight again. No one ever did. All right, well, we have found out that the world went weird. The world went weird, everyone. Those are the things that happened. The world went weird. All right, let's get back over to Project New Hope for a minute, huh? Because in between chapters, we'll talk about them for a moment. We've watched the video, but let's go ahead and talk about some of the retreats that they do. So let me get these ones set up. So we'll talk first about the Caregivers Retreat. So again, the original purpose of Project New Hope was really about giving a place where veterans could rebuild with honor. And really what that meant for a lot of veterans, for those who had gone through things, was to get into a space together, really, and be able to go through and maybe talk about what had happened and go through some of their journey together and what had happened and how they could heal. So that was really where Project New Hope started out as, is these free retreats for veterans. The retreats, of course, funded entirely by donations that come into Project New Hope through corporate sponsors, through individuals, things like that. Again, part of the reason why I am doing this charity stream for Project New Hope, so that way we can help them to raise money to meet their mission and do what they need to be able to do. So let's talk a little bit about some of the retreats that are coming up. This year, we've got the very first retreat is the Military and Veteran Caregivers Retreat. So it's a week of renewal, healing, and connection. Caring for a veteran or service member takes strength, patience, and love. But caregivers need care too. Join us for a transformative retreat designed to restore your body, mind, and spirit. What you'll gain: emotional and physical relief from caregiving stress, practical tools for self-care and reliance, a renewed sense of purpose and gratitude, lifelong connections with a community that understands. When caregivers heal, veterans heal. So one of the things that'll be done there is healing through the Cortina method. So experiencing the Cortina method, a groundbreaking neuroscience-based approach that resolves and dissolves emotional pain without reliving trauma. TCM replaces stress and sorrow with joy, gratitude, relief, and excitement, helping you to move forward lighter and stronger. So again, this retreat is free for veterans. There is limited availability because it can only fit so many people in the place. So if it is something, really designed for people in the New England area, but hey, if you wanted to travel to come here, as long as there was space open, I don't know that they're going to say no. So some of the things that'll be done: equine therapy, yoga and qigong, Reiki and reflexology, peer support and discussion circles, quiet reflection in nature, time to breathe, relax, and rediscover joy. You can learn more at projectnewhopema.org/retreats. More about everything that Project New Hope does at projectnewhopema.org. And so this is the first one. Again, one thing that we have found and we have seen, and I am sure you guys have seen it as well, especially if you have a veteran in your life who needs a little help or has experienced some issues, anything else, is that caring for them can be just as taxing as being the veteran themselves. It's not an easy thing helping somebody through a difficult time. And caregiver stress is a real thing. I was just watching, what was it? I want to say it was The Pit. The Pit. I like medical dramas. What can I say? The Pit on HBO. And they had somebody come in and basically, it seemed like she abandoned her mother for a little bit. She was her mother's sole caretaker. And it seemed for a little while like she had abandoned her because she just disappeared for a while. Turned out she went out to her car and fell asleep. Spoilers, sorry. But really, it's caregiver fatigue is a real thing. And if you aren't taking care of yourself, you can't help to take care of those around you as well. So if you are a caregiver of a military veteran and you think that this could be useful for you, hey, check it out. If not, no harm, no foul. If you'd like to make any kind of donation to be able to help Project New Hope to meet their mission, you can scan the QR codes that I have here on the screen and make donations through me. Everything that comes through me, I am matching up to the first $200. And that will go to Project New Hope, or you can always go right to projectnewhopema.org, and there is a link right on their website for donating. It's going to take you to an outside site that you can donate through, but your donation will go straight to them. I don't see any of those, so I can't match them, but any of them that come in through me do get matched. So up to, again, the first $200 that comes in through me will get matched. So there we go. That's a little bit about one of the retreats at Project New Hope. So let me go ahead and hide those flyers back away, and we will return back over to The Ice Queen, The Queen's Throne, Book 1 by Elena. Of course, as I mentioned, if you miss any parts of the book and you'd like to check it out a little bit later, it will all be available on YouTube and Rumble at some point tonight. I am planning on a decently long stream today. And then I have a MechWarrior Online comp match tonight. So once all of that is done, I will get any of these recordings up there. So that way you can catch anything that you happened to miss. All right, but now let's go ahead and jump back into The Ice Queen. If you would like to discuss The Ice Queen at all, feel free to put any of your comments across the various platforms, and I am happy to jump in there and say hello to everybody and answer questions as best as I know. And or you guys are welcome to jump in and chat with each other about them. If you're going to do that, I do recommend the YouTube channel, youtube.com/@SirArminius, just because it's an easier way to be able to have everybody in one place and chatting rather than all over the place. But now let's go ahead and jump back in as we get into more of The Ice Queen by Elena Van Peborgh. 1. Return from battle. 300 years later, Madison. I returned with the rest of the unit of royal warriors from our battle by foot. We marched through Mysaulia towards the capital and the palace. The landscape was dull and grim. The brown and gray houses were a kind of a dull sight, and the gray overcast sky created the illusion it would start raining any minute now. But it wouldn't. Ever since the rise of the Great Darkness, it would rarely rain. Months or even years could pass without a storm, which was the only moment when the sky would break open and water would pour out of the sky onto the ground. While we were walking, every citizen stared at us with open mouths and moved out of our way by standing at the side of the cobblestone road. Some were impressed, others were admiring us, and some were even scared of us. We were a very impressive sight, with all of us wearing our black armor made of padded leather mixed with polyester, and all of us covered in the blood of our enemies. And of course, there was me. No one could miss me. I was carrying my weapons, my daggers, my sword, and my bow, all bearing my signature, since they were specially designed for me. But those who might not see my weapons clearly could recognize me by the golden star on my armor. That star indicated I was more than a warrior. I was also a hunter, which was a rare combination. There wasn't much difference between the two. Hunters needed to do diplomatic tasks, but they required stamina and the skill and ability to fight, just like warriors. They could do each other's jobs. Hunters were less needed, and most people chose to be a warrior because they wanted to focus on one career and didn't want to deal with diplomacy. People could also recognize me by my hair, if they didn't see my weapons or the golden star. I always dyed a part of my blonde hair red, making it my signature streak. I'd gotten the idea after my first battle, since there had been blood in my hair. So now I always dyed a piece of my hair bright red to represent that moment. I sometimes heard the words ice and queen through the whispers of the commoners. Obviously, they were talking about me. I was notorious, of course. I was the crown princess and heir to the throne. During my training, I had displayed enough skill and talent to become both a hunter and a warrior after passing both tests. There was also the fact I was leading the division of the Royal Warriors, though I hadn't even reached the age of 19 yet. People called me ice cold, hard as steel, emotionless, and a machine. That was why they called me the Ice Queen. My real name was Madison, but I doubted many people knew me that way. My nickname was more commonly used. Of course, I could feel emotions, but they were mostly bland. I couldn't show too many feelings since I was a princess. During battles, I went into autopilot mode and entirely shut off what was in my heart and mind. As we came closer to the capital, the rumor of our return had spread through the whole population living in the cities we passed through. Reporters had gathered amongst the crowd. They took pictures of us and wrote in their notebooks how we walked and what we looked like. They knew better than to bother us by trying to shove recorders under our noses. The cameras already disturbed me enough. A young reporter jumped right in front of me and quickly snapped a close-up picture of me and the rest of the unit behind me. He immediately went back out of the way, but he still had done something I didn't really appreciate or tolerate. I sighed internally. I didn't like reporters. I understood it was part of my life as a royal, but they shouldn't bother me when I was leading my unit. That way, they also bothered my team, despite reporters not usually caring about warriors returning from battle. The only reason they found this important and wanted to capture the moment was because of me. I raised my left hand, signaling my unit to stop. They immediately obeyed, and I also stood still. The crowd held its breath. It was so quiet, there wasn't a sound to be heard. I sincerely hope that won't ever happen again. It slows us down. We still have some distance to cover, and we should get to the palace by evening, I said. I specifically looked at the young reporter who had jumped in front of me as I spoke. He couldn't be much older than I was. He was a rookie, a newbie, and wanted to impress his boss with the close-up shot. So, I let it pass this time. But in any other case, I would have asked for his arrest to get him taken to the palace to make his plea before me personally, and then before the king and queen. Okay, maybe that was a bit mean and over the top, but on the other hand, he had also deserved it. Nobody was allowed to disturb warriors or hunters on a mission. It was very dangerous to do that, and I had been taunted a lot by the press over the years. The young reporter slightly bowed his head as a sign of respect and understanding. I lowered my raised hand, and my unit and I started marching towards the palace again. The gigantic black gate giving access to the palace grounds had already been raised for us. The guards bowed their heads slightly out of respect and as greeting as we passed by them. We headed towards one of the beige buildings to the left side of the palace. We were going to the house of the royal warriors. Once we entered, my unit and I split up. Everyone went to their own rooms to clean themselves up and to change their clothes. Half of the members of my unit were in almost the same situation as I was. They also belonged to the elite class or were even royal, just like I was. If a person from the elite class or with royal ancestry passed the warrior tests, they were put in the Royal Warriors Division. The elite class made up about 15% of the population in Mysaulia, with the royals at the top. The elite class, the royals included, consisted of people who could control magic. Women who could control magic were called witches, and the men were called warlocks. The other half of the royal warriors were regular humans. Humans made up about 80% of the population in Mysaulia, and they could become part of the Royal Warriors Division by becoming the best warriors in the country. Therefore, the unit I led was the best in the country. The team only lost members when people retired because of old age, or because they needed to take up their royal duties. Not one royal warrior had ever died in battle. Once I had entered my room, I undressed myself and jumped into the shower to quickly clean myself up. After the shower, I put on my regular royal clothing and went down to the meeting room. Lots of other members from my unit had already gathered in the room, and some of them were standing in groups, quietly talking to each other. Maurice, the son of the Duke, was the last one to enter, wearing a white t-shirt and black trousers. His outfit fit well with his dark brown hair. He was about 30 years old and had led this unit before I had taken over about a year ago. Now he was my second in command. He had put me in charge partly because I had a higher rank than he had, but most importantly, because I was a better warrior. Sure, that might sound like I was bragging, but it was the truth. I learned rapidly and had already killed a lot of our enemies living in the Great Darkness. Maurice didn't really have a royal title yet because children born of royal descent usually only got their titles once they took over from their parents. So, for now, he was known as the son of the Duke, but a duke still had a lower rank than a princess. And I was a princess, so only I already had a title. I would become queen once I took over from my dad, the king of Mysaulia. So it was actually funny that people were calling me the Ice Queen. Someday, that would become even truer. I will begin by saying it was a huge honor to fight with you all again, I stated, addressing my unit. They all suddenly shut up and looked at me. I examined them all individually, acknowledging each one of them. I usually started like this after a battle. Fighting in the Royal Warriors Division, making it this far, was considered a huge honor. everyone fought to deserve their spot in this unit. I always made sure I acknowledged my warriors and their skills. I always made sure they knew I, too, was honored to be part of this unit and to fight alongside them. I really found it an honor, and I was proud I could serve my country like this. I don't expect we'll have to head out again anytime soon, so those of you who don't have their permanent stay on the palace grounds, you can return to your homes, I continued now that I had everyone's attention. Warriors usually had their emotions in check and didn't really show them while on duty, but a few warriors couldn't help sighing. They were relieved and happy. We had had a few back-to-back missions which had forced warriors without royal ancestry to stay on the palace grounds. Only royals had permanent residency on those grounds. The rooms the warriors had in this building were only temporary, for back-to-back missions. In fact, I don't expect you back until next month's meeting, but I do expect you to train regularly. Don't forget, you will be thoroughly assessed during that meeting. Thank you for your dedication, I concluded. We usually held a monthly meeting during which everyone got examined to see if someone had injuries or was getting too old or too slow. It was also a way to assess how everyone's training was going. I trusted my warriors to continue with their training in between meetings, but it was necessary to regularly check everyone's physique. I expected them to be ready to head out to battle at a moment's notice. Now that the meeting had ended, the warriors all slightly bowed their heads out of respect and left the room. I stayed until everyone had left, except for Maurice. "Well then, madam, I will escort you to the palace," he announced. He let me leave the room and the building first, but after that, he kept walking right beside me while we headed towards the palace. The guards opened the palace doors for us, and we entered the building. The Palace of Mysaulia was a low but elongated building and was completely white on the outside. The color white was also very prominent on the inside, but there were also other colors present. The curtains were red, the furniture ranged from light to dark brown, and there were many golden decorations on the walls and along the windows. In general, the Mysaulian palace was very light, both inside and outside. "I will leave you now, madam. I assume you will resume your normal training tomorrow? Should you need me, I will be in my quarters," Maurice said. "Probably, yes. I understand why you want to rest tomorrow. Though, we've had multiple back-to-back missions. I think we all deserve some rest." Maurice smiled slightly, making his green eyes light up. "I guess that doesn't count for you. I want to bet you'll do some training tomorrow, even if it's just a little bit." He knew me too well. He'd helped me with my training before I had passed the tests, and I sometimes still practiced with him. I suppressed the urge to smile. I used one of my favorite lines as my answer. "There's no rest for the wicked," I said, while shrugging. He shook his head and laughed. "One day you'll kill yourself by training so hard and so often." I couldn't hide my smile anymore. He had dropped the formalities completely. Before the eye of the public, royals acted rather formally, even towards each other. There was no need or time for formalities during battle, and on the palace grounds, formalities were also not necessary. But even then, people still acted pretty formally towards me. They never stopped calling me madam, not even my warriors while on duty and during battle. Madam was a reference to my royal status, while as the leader of my unit I was a general. When Maurice had been the leader, the members of the Royal Warriors Division had always addressed him as general while on duty, myself included. Because he was my second in command now, the Royal Warriors addressed him as commander, and I addressed him as such as well. I was pretty sure they didn't address him as such just because I did. "No, I won't. You're just jealous I'm better than you are," I replied. "Well, I hadn't expected my own student to catch up on me and to become so good this fast." "You've just trained me too well." That was actually a compliment, and I meant it. I had appreciated his help and his training. I still did. Maurice bowed lightly from his waist. Thank you, but you give me too much credit, madam. You've mostly trained yourself. I sighed internally. The formalities were back. Well, I enjoyed our conversation, but I should go now. I think you should return to your royal duties as well. I will see you tonight during the celebrations, I said, ending the conversation. Maurice slightly bowed his head. Of course, madam, was his answer before I turned around and went to my room in the palace. Once I was in my room, I took off my dress and put it on the bed. Even though it was a royal dress, it was actually a relatively simple one. It was just plain black and reached to my ankles. I usually wore simple dresses in the palace when I wasn't training. During training sessions, I wore all black, pretty much just like when I was wearing my official armor when I headed out to battle. Normally, I wore trousers and a shirt while exercising, but on hot days I wore shorts and a tank top. I quickly put the latter on now. Not because I would go training, I wanted to reapply the red dye in my hair. The color had faded a bit because I had continuously been outside for a couple of days and because of the shower I had taken earlier. After reapplying the red dye, I went to stand in front of the huge mirror in my bathroom. I turned around a bit so a large part of my right side and back was facing the mirror. I pulled my tank top over my head and inspected the tattoo low on my right shoulder. The tattoo was at about the same height as my armpit. It had finally stopped itching, which meant it had completed growing. A couple of witches who were members of the Mysaulian Council had given me my tattoo when I had completed my education and training as Crown Princess and Witch at 13. I'd gotten a snow leopard that was sitting and looking up at the snowflakes surrounding it. It had only started growing after my first battle as Royal Warrior, after I had passed the Warrior and Hunter tests. I'd been 16 at the time. I had killed 3 demon-like creatures created by the Great Darkness. They were the enemies living there and which we fought against during that battle, and suddenly my tattoo had gained 3 snowflakes. The first 3 snowflakes were still in the same place, but I had far more on my shoulder now. I counted them. 26. This meant I had killed 26 demon-like creatures from the Great Darkness. Royal warriors killed, on average, about 60 creatures during their careers as warriors. I had already killed almost 30 creatures, but I wasn't even halfway through my career as a warrior yet. I'd only started less than 3 years ago. A warrior's career began between the age of 16 and 20 when they passed the warrior tests, and usually ended between the age of 45 and 55, unless they died in battle at a younger age. This was a strange concept for my unit. We never suffered deaths, only retirements. But warriors still died in other units. Sometimes they had barely reached adulthood when they died. I was considered a better warrior than Maurice because I had almost killed as many of our enemies as he had. He had passed the warrior test at the age of 18 and had become a royal warrior then. He was now almost 32 years old, and I knew he had killed 36 creatures so far, only 12 more than I had killed. He probably had 20 years left in his career as a warrior before he would become too old or would have to take over as duke, so he probably would end his career with somewhere between 70 to 80 kills. I sighed and turned away from the mirror. I left my bathroom and went straight to my walk-in closet. I put my shorts and tank top away and put on a long, festive dress. It reached all the way to the floor, even covering it a bit. The dress was dark purple around my chest and became lighter further down, coloring flashy red all the way towards the bottom. The dress was very wavy around my chest and at the hem and became a bit wider there, but it wasn't too wide around my waist. I used my magic to orchestrate my tools to do my makeup. I was too lazy to take the time to do it myself. I hoped this would do. I never put on that much. When I wasn't wearing my war paint, that was what I called it, I usually only wore some mascara, foundation, and blush. I only liked the makeup I wore as war paint. The black lines of the war paint around my eyes and over my forehead and cheeks were a very impressive and intimidating sight. When I applied it, I put it all over my eyelids, around them and next to them, creating the illusion that I was wearing a mask. Then I also drew 3 horizontal lines over my forehead and 3 other lines running down both my cheeks. The lines on my cheeks had the appearance of teardrops. I really liked how it looked. It was meant to be scary, and I thought it worked. But right now, I couldn't wear my war paint and needed to dress up. I had a party to attend, one celebrating the victory and return of the royal warriors. There we go, guys. Chapter 1 done. How you guys enjoying it so far? I hope you guys are enjoying the book. As a reminder, I will be posting the chapters up on my YouTube and Rumble accounts later today at some point. So if you missed any of it, don't worry, you can always go back and listen in. All right, now back to what we are here for today, talking about Project New Hope. Again, we have our donation links on each of the screens that we'll look at today, so you can scan the QR code there to be able to make a donation to Project New Hope. Any of the donations that come in through that, I will be matching up to the first $200 for Project New Hope. So you effectively double your donation by doing so. And if you don't want to do it through there, you can always go to projectnewhopema.org. They have their donation link there. You can donate directly to Project New Hope as well. Now let's get back to Project New Hope. Because it has been about an hour since I started the stream, we're going to go ahead and watch the video again, because that seems like a good thing for us to do. So here we go. Let me take this all the way back.
Why do I think it's important to spread the word about Project New Hope to other veterans is because these programs like this are not many out there, and for military members, we don't really get exposed to this.
Project New Hope, with all their impact, has helped me out emotionally on bringing me out of a shell. Like I always felt I was the only one out there with issues or problems. And when I got involved with these guys, this organization, to find out that I'm not the only one out there. There's a lot of us.
Project New Hope has helped me immensely. I actually didn't start there as a volunteer. I actually started there as somebody who they reached out to help support me in my times of need. And by them doing that and continuing to do that throughout the years, it's given me the immense pleasure and honor to continue to help them to get back to the veterans any way I can.
Project New Hope helped me feel connected is because I felt so disconnected. I call it a psychological mind trip where you think you're all alone, but there's great people in the community that are reaching out to veterans, make them feel welcome, and to prove that they feel welcome, not just by words, but by actions.
I think it's really important for local organizations to support our veterans and military affiliated first responders. We owe these people our debt of gratitude.
Well, we support the Veterans Run. We've been doing it for 11 years now. Project New Hope does a lot for returning veterans and to help their mental state and food and everything else that's on their plate. And we're happy to do this bike run every year and hopefully raise enough money for to keep Project New Hope and Bill going forever.
We walked in there, it's a bunch of community. We have veterans in there that seem like they come here for specific togetherness, connectedness, and just to feel part of something, and we're happy to help support that.
What I love about being involved with Project New Hope, and especially with doing the Cortina method, the best part about it is watching the veterans come in on day one and just seeing the heaviness of what they've been carrying forever, And the heaviness is so palpable. And when they leave, they're light and uplifted and so energized. And that just warms my heart. It's the best thing I've ever been involved in.
This program has helped me tremendously with the food bill. So this program has been a godsend.
Well, the support that we've received is, it's Christmas time. They did the Christmas gifts for our grandkids. The food pantry has been a lifesaver, and it's just been a help. And everybody there has been so helpful and so friendly and so supportive.
They just help you out 100%. Can't wait until Tuesday comes to get to the coffee hour.
Project New Hope gave me the resources and help me weather through the storms when times were tough. And it's always been a part of my life and supportive. And I cannot say how blessed I am being a part of this program.
So again, that gives you a little idea about the mission of Project New Hope. Now I'm going to see if I can get something to work here. Let's find out. Let's see, where is... Oh, did I... Let me just add this then. How about that? Display capture. We'll capture... There we go. And... Hold on. Let's swap that to the other one. I'm going to hide my camera for just a minute. And I'm going to just play a quick video here. This is actually from this morning and the food bank today. So
in Worcester, Mass. at 70 James Street. We have about 160 veterans coming for our curbside pickup. Each veteran picks the food that they want. Our volunteers pack it up into these bins that you'll see down here shortly, and we load their cars up. And we have specials up here: dog food, cat food, assortment of this stuff here, and a lot of pastry. And I want to thank the Lilac Hedge Farm for their partnership up in Rutland. They provide us the eggs. And Cooper's Hilltop Farm up in Leicester, Mass. They provide us the fresh milk. So I'm just going to roll down the line here. This is Rhonda. Good morning, young man. And these are the bins. And we put the bread and the milk and the eggs out here and the cheese and etc. So this is each one of these bins is for individual veterans and stuff. And then these are our volunteers. This is Jeff. He's a board member. He's down here volunteering. Uh-oh, looks like we have the Easter Bunny down here today. I don't know. We have JP Morgan volunteers coming down here. Yeah. And we have Echo.
Good morning. Good morning.
And we have the cute little Easter Bunny here. Good morning, Easter Bunny.
Hope that's not a hunting dog.
So again, just showcasing a little bit of the work that Project New Hope does. That was from the food bank and the food pantry, not food bank, food pantry that we do every other Saturday for veterans. And again, couldn't be there today because, hey, I'm here with you. So that's okay. But if you would like to support the mission that Project New Hope does, you can go right to their website, projectnewhopema.org, or if you scan the QR code on your screen, then you can give donate straight to them. Any funds that do come in today are going 100% to Project New Hope. That includes if somebody like Cajun Tuna happens to gift a whole bunch of subscriptions. Thank you, Senor Tuna. Then all of the money from that goes back out to support Project New Hope 100%. I am also matching the first $200 that comes in through my channels or through the donation here on the screen. The first $200 of it, I am matching 100% to go to Project New Hope. So know that anything that you are donating basically doubles up to the first $200 because I am adding to it. And then Project New Hope qualified for a matching grant of $25,000, so they will continue to double based on that. So thank you, everybody. Much appreciated. We will continue to talk about Project New Hope as it goes through. As we have our stream today, we will continue to talk about them and the great work that they do. You are, of course, very welcome to ask me questions at any point in time about Project New Hope. If I'm in the middle of recording a chapter, I will answer it as soon as the chapter is done. But up until then, I mean, my live was discontinued due to inactivity. Stupid TikTok. Fine. I guess nobody wants to be on TikTok with me. So I don't know how it was inactive. I posted questions in there. But anyway, nobody else was coming in, so be it. All right. So like I said, if you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out and ask me. I am happy to answer any questions for you. Let's just say go live again. We'll say go live again. There, you're back, TikTok. Haha. And I am happy to answer any of your questions at any point in time. You can always go out to projectnewhopema.org and find out more information there. And if not, I am happy to help you to answer questions. So thank you all for joining me for this charity stream for Project New Hope. Project New Hope is, of course, a veterans organization, and they are here to help veterans rebuild with honor. They also help active duty military. There are some units here in Massachusetts that they help out with, and of course the veterans. So we watched the food pantry from today, and we talked a little bit earlier about some of the retreats that they do, and we will talk a little bit more about some more of them after our next break. But now let's go ahead and get ourselves back to the reading. I know that's what you guys are really here for. You're here to come in and learn a little bit more about Project New Hope, and hey, for me to read books to you, because that is what I do. Of course, I am a professional narrator. I'm a live reader. I'm a live streamer. I do all of these fun things. So hope you are enjoying. We've made it through the first 2 chapters of The Ice Queen, and now we're going to get into chapter 3, or into chapter 2. We did the prologue in chapter 1. These chapters will, of course, be posted to YouTube and Rumble later today. They should be available by tomorrow for you. So here we go. Let's go ahead and jump into the next one. Chapter 2, A New Assignment. As soon as I entered the huge meeting room, everyone who had already gathered there hushed to silence. They all bowed from their waists and then took a knee, putting one hand on it while pressing the other arm against their chests, with their fists clenched over their hearts. They all kept their heads low. I suppressed the urge to roll my eyes. Everyone was being so dramatic. They treated me like I was already the queen. They normally didn't have to bow before me like this, and they also didn't have to call me madam yet either. This kind of bow was typically reserved for a king, queen, or both, and had only a queen got called madam. A princess was usually addressed as mademoiselle or milady, but for as long as I could remember, everyone had always called me madam. I remembered I had thought that was weird when I had learned about the royal titles. Of course, I had asked this question to my instructor. Apparently, I had a lot of magical power. I even had a special skill. I could control the weather. Obviously, witches and warlocks could always control the elements, the weather included, to an extent because of their magic. But apparently, I had been able to control the weather during the last 3 months of my mom being pregnant with me. Pregnant witches always wore a bracelet blocking their own magic and therefore blocking their child's magic as well to prevent it from going crazy. Witches and warlocks were born with magic and already had it during the last few months of the pregnancy. The day and time I was born, I had created an enormous storm containing hail, snow, lightning, and thunder, and afterwards the whole country had suffered under a snowstorm for a week. It was said that witches and warlocks born with such power were destined for greatness. The media had probably gotten inspiration for my nickname because of this event. Honestly, they ought to call me the Queen of Weather or something like that, but I guess that was not dramatic enough. The media liked to create sensation and drama around me. "Stand up, please," I said. I scanned over the people in the room as they stood back up. I recognized a lot of them. Most of them were from the elite class and therefore members of the council. I also recognized a few commanders and generals from other warrior divisions. I greeted people as I walked through the room. "Your tattoo has expanded a lot, madam," someone commented from behind me. The back of my dress only reached halfway up my back, leaving my shoulders exposed and my tattoo clearly visible. I turned around to face the council member. "Not that much, actually," I answered. I had killed 3 creatures over the past few days, just like my first time. I was a bit disappointed. I normally killed more. "She's being humble and setting way too high goals for herself, council member. I'm afraid I'm just going to repeat myself, but at this rate, you'll die from overworking yourself, madam," someone said next to me. I knew that voice well. It was Maurice. He had come up to me and now stood by my side. I turned my head to look at him and smiled a bit. He wore a tuxedo. He had also dressed up for this event. "Maurice, my commander, you know I usually kill more than 3. "I bet he wanted to steal some kills from you, madam," the man said, who had just joined our group. I recognized him as a general of another division of warriors. I raised my eyebrow. I was suspicious of this remark. It wasn't very respectful toward Maurice. He made it sound like Maurice was deliberately holding me back or sabotaging me. "Why would he do that?" I asked. "To make sure you don't end your warrior's career with more than 200 kills," the general answered in a serious tone. I was even more suspicious now. I knew a lot of people were already betting on how many kills I would have by the end of my warrior's career. Was he implying Maurice, my commander, teacher, and mentor, had placed a bet on me? "Do you mean because of the bets?" I asked with a dangerous tone in my voice. The general realized his mistake now. He suddenly became uncomfortable, shifting on his feet. "I would never bet against my own general and future queen," Maurice responded in a serious tone. This made the general feel even worse. He was very embarrassed now and almost turned red. "Thank you, Maurice," I internally said to my commander. No, I don't mean it that way. I mean your tattoo expands with each kill, madam. It would be such a shame if that leopard disappeared beneath all those snowflakes." Why would he be concerned about my tattoo? It was mine, and it was on my body. "It's not just a leopard. It's obviously a snow leopard. And it's my tattoo, my body. I don't really see what's wrong with a snow leopard being surrounded by snow. That's their natural habitat. Each snowflake represents one less demon in this world. Each snowflake is a mark I wear with pride because it gives us all hope, confidence, and comfort. Each snowflake means Mysaulia is safe, I responded in a harsh manner. The general pointed his gaze down. I do realize that. My apologies, madam, he said regretfully. Please go, was my short answer. He nodded shortly, turned around, and left me alone with the council member and Maurice. I must admit it's my pleasure to be your partner in crime in helping you live up to your nickname, madam, Maurice said. I looked at him. He had a wide smile on his face. I liked having him around. Formal events like this one were always more fun with him around. He mostly acted formally towards me, but he knew I sometimes acted colder and harsher than normal, to mock my own nickname. He had known me for almost 6 years now, and he knew how much I hated the media and the attention. Thank you, Maurice. He smiled even more now. At that moment, my parents finally entered the room. Since they were the king and queen, everyone bowed from their waist and kneeled again like they had done when I had entered. Even I did this. Yes, they were my parents, but during formal events like this one, they were this country's rulers. I carefully kneeled, paying attention so as not to damage my dress. Luckily, my very formal dresses were wide at the bottom, giving me some space for my legs. Thank you, that will do, my father said. We all stood up again and turned our attention and gaze toward my parents. Let's celebrate the glorious victory and return of our precious royal warriors, my father announced, and he snapped his fingers, activating his magic. Several plates flew towards the guests. They were overloaded with food and glasses filled with an orange fluid, which was some kind of nectar. The party had finally officially started. After the party had ended, I went back to my room and got ready for bed. I was pretty exhausted from the past few days and from walking almost all day today. It wasn't that late yet, but I decided I'd get up later than usual tomorrow morning and take it easier. I would still do some training, but I would do less and get more rest in between sessions. The next day I got up late. Well, to my standards at least. Other people wouldn't call it late. It was like 9 o'clock, which was still a decent time to wake up. The sun had already risen fully, but was far from reaching its highest point. I put on some black trousers and a black shirt since I wouldn't be too hot today. After breakfast, I started with my usual routine, which meant I went running around the palace grounds. I ran through the gardens and between the different buildings, but I ran slower than I normally would. After my normal run, I went to the training grounds and practiced throwing some knives at a target. Some other warriors and hunters were also training here. The difference between warriors and hunters was that warriors were generally more brutish and used more force. They were physically stronger and had more endurance. Hunters, on the other hand, used more stealth, speed, and accuracy. Hunters were also more tactical. They always thought their plans through very thoroughly. Another difference was that hunters worked individually, while warriors fought in units. Warriors were sent to fight the demon-like creatures from the great darkness, while hunters acted as scouts, were sent out on diplomatic missions, or were asked to check up on the werewolves, vampires, and hybrids in Mysaulia. Most werewolves, vampires, and hybrids lived in their own respective countries. Only if they fled from their own country because they had picked a fight with the wrong individual, they'd come to Mysaulia. Werewolves and vampires both made up roughly 2% each of Mysaulia's population, while hybrids made up only 1%. I thought I had practiced enough with throwing knives now, so I started cleaning up the area, walking up to my target to get the blades out. At that moment, my mom arrived at the training grounds. All the warriors and hunters immediately stopped what they were doing and dropped all their weapons. They bowed from their waists and knelt. This wasn't a formal event, so I only bowed from my waist and held my head down while holding one arm against my body with my clenched fist over my heart. I didn't need to kneel when I encountered my parents during the day. Inside the palace, I didn't even need to bow or nod to them unless there was a formal event. But now I was outside, amongst warriors and hunters, so I greeted my own mother. She walked towards me, and I moved my head to look at her. We shared the same kind of face, with the same green eyes, and we both had long blonde hair. I was taller than she was, so I had to look down slightly. Madison, dear, can you please walk with me for a bit so we can talk? She asked. I nodded and left the knives and the target behind. I walked with her over the palace grounds. Only after we had left the training grounds did the warriors and hunters get back up. The training grounds were a part of the palace grounds. They were located just behind the warrior and hunter buildings, where they could all practice. The elite class rarely came to the training grounds, unless they were warriors, hunters, or both, just like I was. Is there a reason why you want to talk to me? I asked. I rarely saw my parents since I had turned 13. We lived separate lives and had other priorities. They were mostly royal and had royal affairs to deal with, while I was mostly a warrior and a hunter. I ate separately during breakfast and lunch and had my training in between. I only saw them during dinner when we ate together. I know you've only just returned from battle with the royal warriors, but the council has a very special request for you, she said. I could hear through her words what she meant. I would get an assignment as a hunter. What's the assignment? I asked directly. You know there have been a lot of attacks at the border with Naremia the past few months, right? It was unnecessary of her to ask that. Of course I knew about that matter. I had only been away with the royal warriors for a couple of days. The attacks had been happening for a while already, but she wanted to prepare me with what would come after her question. She wouldn't say it like this if the council just wanted me to investigate the attacks. There was more to this. The council had sent a message with the suggestion to discuss a peace treaty with Naremia. We got a message back yesterday. The king of Naremia asked to send a diplomat to negotiate a place, time, and other requirements for those talks, she continued. Peace treaty talks usually took a few days. This was why diplomats were sent to negotiate the demands for the place and times when all parties could come together to start discussing the peace treaty. I assume the council has chosen me for this job? I asked. Yes, we think you're the best option for this assignment. This was one of the rare moments she didn't refer to the council in the third person, even though she and my dad were both part of it. I hope you realize it's risky to send the crown princess to a foreign country. Our diplomats are hunters, and they aren't popular amongst supernaturals. We realize that issue, but you'll be undercover, and you won't wear your star. In a way, that made sense, but it would also be an issue. When I wore my golden star, everyone knew I was a hunter. Not wearing it would be a protective measure. The only problem was that they wouldn't immediately be able to recognize me as a diplomat from Mysaulia when I would arrive at the palace. I hope they will let me enter, I said. It was their request to send a diplomat, so they'll be expecting you. I don't think that will be a problem. Why me? I only just returned yesterday. I brought up so many counter-arguments since I wasn't really happy about this assignment. First, I had gotten a few back-to-back missions with the Royal Warriors, and I wasn't even back for a full day before I got a new assignment as a hunter. I didn't really want to deal with the royal hybrids from Naremia. I wasn't a fan of the supernaturals. No hunter was. My mom sighed. Madison, one day you'll have encounters with the current king or the crown prince of Naremia. It's in everyone's best interest if you get to know them now, and this way they'll have the opportunity to get to know you personally too. You'll be able to maintain a healthy relationship with our neighbors, You also know what's best for our country, and you know better than anyone else what we want and need. But they won't know it's me. No, not this time. But they'll probably realize it was you later on. So I needed to make a good impression. During my training as a hunter, I had learned hybrids were unnatural, wrong, and beasts, just like werewolves and vampires. This wouldn't be easy. I would have to really watch myself and pay attention to what I do and say. I'll do my best, I said, giving in. Good. You'll have a bit of preparation and rest before you leave. You'll be leaving in exactly a week. That was good news. I would still get time to catch my breath. I didn't need much preparation. I only needed to stop applying the red dye in my hair and dyed all a totally different color. I nodded as a sign that I agreed. So now we've got the great darkness which brought demons to the earth. We have supernatural beings, vampires, werewolves, hybrids, witches, warlocks, warriors, hunters, all of the above. Oh, happy days. And now our princess, the Ice Queen, gets to go and, see one of those neighbors. Tons of fun. Again, if you guys have missed any of the stories so far, I am recording this and it will be up on the YouTube and Rumble channels by tomorrow. All right, now back to what we are actually here for. Let's go talk a little bit about Project New Hope. And it looks like we got a donation in. Kira donated $10 to Project New Hope. Thank you, Kira. We appreciate it. So let's come down and let's talk about Project New Hope a little bit more. So we've talked about the Caregivers Retreat. Now let's talk about there is a male veterans retreat. There is also a women's retreat that we'll talk about, on the next times, but let's start here. So again, Project New Hope was centered around a place for veterans to rebuild with honor. And so, part of the way that, they've been able to do this is by having retreats for veterans, caregivers, and the like. So let's talk a little bit about the male retreat. So the TCM Male Veterans Retreat, TCM, of course, stands for the Cortina Method. We'll talk again about that in a second. So the TCM Male Veterans Retreat, August 6th to 10th, 2026. A week of brotherhood, strength, and resilience. Find relief from the struggles with PTS, guilt, anger, fear, physical pain, and limiting beliefs. Learn to be the best version of yourself. Experience the Cortina Method, TCM, a groundbreaking neuroscience-based approach that resolves and dissolves emotional pain without reliving trauma. TCM replaces stress and sorrow with joy, gratitude, relief, and excitement, helping you to move forward toward lighter and lighter and stronger. The retreat highlights equine therapy, yoga and qigong, reiki and reflexology, peer support and discussion circles, quiet reflection and nature, time to breathe, relax, and rediscover joy. It'll be at the Genesis Spiritual Life and Conference Center in Westfield, Mass. More information available on projectnewhopema.org/retreats. So again, all of these retreats are 100% free for veterans. You sign up, and as long as they're, the spots aren't full, you get to go. So definitely something to check out. Again, it is about giving people a place that they can go and recover from the harshness that they may have encountered serving in the military. Doesn't matter what branch of the military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, I assume the Space Force as well. Can all sign up for these retreats, again, completely free of charge. The donations that we collected through events like this, through fundraising, through corporate sponsors, all of that goes to make sure that the veterans can attend these retreats free of charge. They also, do things like help to fund the again, the retreats, the food pantry, the baby pantry that that they do, and all of the assistance measures that Project New Hope does. I can tell you that almost 100% of all the donations that go into Project New Hope go back out to these causes. The president, CEO, Bill Moore, takes nothing. Never has, never will. There is a small amount of paid staff at the offices because, well, you got to have some paid staff in order to be able to do some of the things. But I think it's something like 93 cents out of every dollar goes to support the mission and to support the veterans and military. So you can rest assured that if you do choose to donate, and anything that you do is going to go back out and be going to the causes that you want it to be going to. I can also say that all of the people who work in the office, I think I've seen them all at volunteer events where they're not getting paid as well. So it isn't just about them going in and getting, an hourly paycheck. They are also volunteers of the organization as well. So all great ways that that the people and the organization help to make sure that they are giving back to everything that that they are doing. So always very, very wonderful as a way to be able to do so. If you guys have any questions about Project New Hope, anything else, please feel free to ask. I am happy to answer any questions that you guys may have. Because, well, heck, that's kind of what I'm here for. And so, like I said, if you do have any questions, please feel free to let me know. All right, and as we continue to talk about some of this stuff today, we will also continue our reading of The Ice Queen by Elena Van Peborgh. Now, you guys would know this if you followed Elena, and if you do, go check her out on Amazon or through some of the various sites out there. Links will be in the YouTube and Rumble videos when I post them up there. But if you do want to check any of her stuff out, you can check her out on Amazon. The book is called The Ice Queen. She's also available across Instagram, Facebook, Threads, Twitter, that you can go and engage with her. And she is not an American author. So I can tell by some of the things in here, like the word color is spelled with a U. Hey, it's the little things. But, definitely, I am also always here to support, up and coming authors and helping to give them a voice and a platform, to be able to share some of these fantastic books that you just won't encounter otherwise. So I hope you will get out there and check her out. And if you've missed any of the book, again, the recorded chapters will be up on YouTube and Rumble by later. I mean, it'll probably be later today, but they'll be up there by tomorrow. I have action-packed and fun-filled day. So I may not get to them until tomorrow or late this evening, but by tomorrow you should be able to check out the books or check out the chapter. We're reading up through chapter 5, so if you also were interested in the story and you're liking it, you're gonna have to go pick up the book in order to finish reading it. One small little plug. Remember, guys, if you do read any books, indie author books especially, make sure you get out there and give a review of it. Post it up on Amazon, Goodreads, wherever you happen to have it. It makes a big difference to these authors to have people reviewing the books. Not only do the algorithms love it when people have more reviews, but a lot of these authors are smaller authors. They don't have a huge following. They're, relatively undiscovered, let's say, and many of them are still growing in their craft. Feedback is wildly important to authors who are growing in their craft. So I hope you will consider getting out there and making sure that you leave reviews for them as well. I have promised Elena that even though, so I give reviews to all books that I read in full on stream. I will finish reading this book, privately on my own, and then I will review it because, again, very important. And now let's go ahead and continue our reading as we jump into Chapter 3, Neremia. 1 week later, I was ready to leave for Neremia. The day before, I had packed some clothes in my suitcase with the help of a maid, and last night I had dyed my hair black. I left my suitcase in my room to head down for breakfast. Someone would come to pick it up while I ate. On my way to the breakfast room, I walked through the entrance hall, where the Mysaulian personnel had put some magazines on the small tables there. Yesterday, the staff had brought in the new magazines for them to read during their breaks. I walked up to the tables and scanned the covers. As I picked them up, I was pretty sure I was on every cover. I was right. All the covers had pictures of me marching with my unit through the streets. The headlines read, "The Ice Queen leads her royal warriors back home. Another victorious win for the Ice Queen. And the Ice Queen keeps Mysaulia safe." I sighed internally. The press was being so overly dramatic. They created sensation around me on purpose. I had just done what every general did. I had just done my duty. I turned my back to the magazines and focused on the task ahead of me. After I had finished breakfast, a member of the guard entered the room. He wasn't in his uniform, but I still recognized him. I didn't know his name, but I remembered I had seen that face with those brown eyes and that bouncy, light brown hair before. I recognized most of the personnel, council members, and generals because of seeing them around all the time. I grew up with them in passing by the palace a lot, or with them working here. I rarely knew their names, though. I didn't interact with them that much, and when I did, it was so short. We politely exchanged some words, and they introduced themselves and mentioned their names if they were royal. I barely remember the conversation or their names afterwards. Spending a day around the palace, I encountered so many people I could never remember all of them. I was better with faces, since I saw those a few times throughout the day. Please excuse me, madam. I just put your suitcase in the car. If you're finished, I will bring you to the vehicle," he said. I stood up from my chair and walked towards him. "I'm ready." Follow me, please." The guard turned around and led me outside. A shiny, long, black car with tinted windows was parked right in front of the entrance. "I will drive you to the palace in Neremia, madam. I hope I will be able to assist you and protect you during your stay there," he told me. Apparently, the council had decided to send a personal bodyguard with me. He would probably help me with daily tasks as well, by carrying my suitcase for me and making my bed. He was a guard and had received warrior training, so he wasn't used to doing tasks like that. But he'd mostly serve as my protection and would keep an eye on me. It was a reassuring thought I would have someone around me I knew and trusted. "Thank you. What's your name?" My name is Carl, madam." We had reached the car now. Carl opened the back door of the vehicle for me and let me get into the black leather seat. "Thank you, Carl," I said when I was seated. He slightly bowed his head and closed the door. He took his place behind the wheel in the front seat and started the car. The engine didn't produce any sound since it was fully electric, so the whole drive was silent. I saw the landscape fly by as we drove through Mysaulia. Carl only slowed down at the border with Neremia. The guards on both sides of the border let us pass slowly without making us stop. Since cars were rare, both the Mysaulian and Neremian guards on their respective borders knew only the elite classes used them, so they didn't bother to stop them. I looked at the Neremian guards as we drove past them very slowly. They tried to see who was sitting in the back seat, but even with their enhanced eyesight, they couldn't see through the tinted windows. Hybrids had a better vision than humans, but even that didn't make a difference. They just stared right at me without being able to see me. Carl was able to drive faster again after we had passed the border, so we quickly arrived at the palace of Neremia. The gates leading to the palace were wide open. There were guards there, but they just let us pass. They didn't even request for the car to stop. I had thought this would be more difficult. Why would they leave their gates wide open? I'd expected that they would at least ask for some form of identification. The king of Neremia had perhaps asked his personnel to let me pass without any problems. After all, it had been him who had requested the Mysaulian council to send a diplomat. Carl stopped the car in front of the huge driveway leading to the entrance of the palace. He got out of the vehicle first and then opened the back door to let me out as well. I examined the area. The lawns around the palace had a nice green color and some colorful flowers were growing on the grass, but the rest was pretty bland. The building itself was impressive with its many pointy towers, but I thought it was missing some color. Everything was gray. The walls, the stairs, and the fountain standing in the middle of the driveway, which led to the entrance. The fountain had some statues spitting out water, and I liked its design, but overall, this wasn't really a happy place. The Mysaulian palace, on the other hand, was entirely white and really stood out. The Mysaulian palace was also way bigger than the Neremian one. The guards waiting at the palace doors were staring at me, which I found weird. I didn't feel I had dressed strangely. I was just wearing a white suit, and under my white blazer I wore a black blouse. I had dressed in the style of a businesswoman. "Is there something wrong with my style, Carl?" I asked Carl. "I don't believe so, madam." "I don't think it will be a good idea to use that title. They aren't supposed to know who I am." "Oh, right. I'm sorry, madam. I had forgotten about that. What would you like me to call you?" "I assume I will go under my third and fourth name, so just call me Miss Perrault." "As you wish, Miss Perrault." Hopefully he would be able to keep calling me that during my stay. Otherwise, we might get into an awkward situation we would need to explain. I walked a bit in front of Carl as we covered the distance between where he had stopped the car and the stairs leading to the palace doors. The guards opened the doors for us, and I could so obviously smell the distinctive aroma of a hybrid on them. The scent of blood mixed with faint whiff of a wolf. Carl carried my suitcase inside, and the doors closed immediately behind us. "I think you can put my suitcase here in the hallway for a bit, Carl," I said to him. He dragged it to the side of the entrance hall and put it down. He went to stand next to it, holding his arms next to his body and scanning the room. This was typical guard behavior. He appeared relaxed and at ease, but he was very alert and could respond to threats at a moment's notice. He had a good view over the whole area and was close enough to me while still keeping his distance. A small gray-haired woman entered the hall. She was dressed neatly, but not like a noblewoman. I could tell she was human. 60% of the population in Neremia was human, while the other 40% were all vampire-werewolf hybrids. "You're late. That isn't tolerated here," she informed me harshly. I raised both eyebrows. I hadn't expected this abrupt greeting. I had no idea I had arrived late. I had left right after breakfast, but the ride had taken up a lot of the day. It was now early in the afternoon. The woman came to stand right in front of me. She was clearly too much in my personal space, but what she did next crossed all lines. She grabbed my arm and pulled me with her. I was just utterly shocked. I couldn't even utter a sound. Carl wanted to react, but I looked at him quickly, my expression telling him to stay put. The woman was old, small, and human. She wasn't really a threat. I could handle her if I wanted to, but I allowed her to drag me with her. She led me to the throne room where about 20 girls were standing in a half circle. They all stared at me like I was trash. The woman pushed me in between two girls. I could tell the girls were human. I didn't smell the mix of blood and wolf on them. The girl on my left smelled like flowers, and the girl on my right smelled sickly sweet. Perfume. They had used perfume. I frowned. What was going on? I noticed all the girls wore dresses. Some were really nice and elegant with different colors and designs, while others wore plain and simple dresses. What had I gotten into? Right when I opened my mouth to protest, actually just to say anything really, the King of Neremia, Harry Petrus, entered the room. I recognized him from pictures which were several years old, but he hadn't aged a day. As a hybrid, he didn't age. He walked past the girls with his hands behind his back and stopped at each of them, examining them thoroughly with his light blue eyes. He kept his face neutral, but I was trained and raised as a royal. I even lived a royal life, so I could tell when he was displeased or when he approved of a girl. He finally reached me and scanned me from head to my toes with his eyes. I didn't like this at all. I was being assessed like I was merchandise for sale. But I had to hold my tongue. I knew I couldn't speak to the king before he had spoken to me first. No dress? It's risky to dress in your own style. You've broken the rules. I heard the other girls holding their breath. This was the first thing he said. I could tell the king also saw me as trash, just like the girls earlier. Please forgive me if I'm being blunt or rude, but there has been made a mistake, Your Majesty. I'm not supposed to be part of this, I answered as politely as possible. I made sure I sounded like I respected him. He raised one eyebrow. To be part of the selection, to be chosen for it, is a huge honor. You're a disgrace by trying to get out of it with your excuses, he said harshly. Forgive me, Your Majesty, but I don't know anything about a selection. I was sent by the Mysaulia Council as a diplomat. I heard someone gasping for air, but the king was also taken aback. His surprise didn't last long. He recovered quickly. You've arrived at the worst possible moment, and you're not wearing your star. Yeah, it was clear I had arrived at the worst possible moment. I was also wishing now I had been wearing my golden star. Was my arrival not announced, then? I asked. It was, but the letter didn't say what day or time you'd arrive. My apologies for the confusion. Sabine will take you away. The situation had been handled now. The King of Neremia continued examining the other girls, and the old woman who had dragged me here came towards me. Apparently, she was the one called Sabine. The other girls all stared at me with huge eyes. Everyone knew my Mysaulian diplomats were hunters, and the king had also mentioned my golden star. The hybrid girls and some human girls feared me, while a few other human girls secretly admired me and were jealous of me. I wasn't really sure if the admiration and jealousy were because I was a Mysaulian hunter, or because I didn't need to participate in the selection. I was still not sure what it was. I hoped it wouldn't be a sacrifice. I'm sorry for earlier. I had confused you with a participant. Sabine apologized to me when she stood in front of me. Yeah, that's okay. I've just arrived at a terrible time, I answered, and I even forced a slight smile. Indeed. Please follow me. She signed for me to follow her and walked a bit in front of me to the other end of the room. But apparently I had a very unlucky day today, because right at that moment, the Crown Prince of Neremia, Oscar Petrus, entered the room. He stood right in front of Sabine, blocking the way, and his gaze was pointed towards me. While looking at him, I noticed he resembled his dad a lot. Physically, they were both the same age, forever stuck at the age of 18. Sabine slightly bowed her head and greeted the prince. Your Highness, she said. What's going on, Sabine? The prince asked. I'm guiding this lady here to the guest quarters. Why? Isn't she supposed to participate in the selection? I only count 24 girls without her. I just had enough of the whole misunderstanding now. I was losing my patience. My name is Marion Perrault, and I'm a diplomat sent by the Mysaulian Council to negotiate the demands for a peace treaty, I said, using my third and fourth names. I knew it was rude to answer without being spoken to first, but I didn't really care about that. I also hadn't spoken to him in a polite and respectful way. I'm aware of that, but now you're here right at this moment. You can replace the missing girl. Participate in the selection, and then we can negotiate the demands and requirements to start discussing a peace treaty. He sounded like he wouldn't tolerate any protest. He just walked past us. To him, the matter had been handled. Only he was forgetting one very important thing. You do know I'm a hunter, right? And the king said. He stopped in his tracks. I had spoken to his back, and I hadn't used his title. He turned around to face me again with a look in his eyes that could kill. I'm aware of the Mysaulian system. After all, I'm the Crown Prince of Neremia. He interrupted, then he turned towards Sabine. Has the king given you a direct order? No, she said, hesitating. Well, then this girl will still participate. That's a direct order. The selection will teach her a few manners. He had spoken out every word clearly to make sure I knew he wouldn't tolerate any disobedience. He turned his back to me again, walked towards the thrones on the platform at the other end of the room, and sat on one of them. I could only stare at him. I watched every one of his movements, imprinting them in my memory. I would never forget this moment. I could kill that hybrid right now. I hated him so much. He was a stuck-up, spoiled brat. Right now, I could drive a stake through his heart, which would kill him, if there had been any weapons in my proximity. But I would never be able to kill him. That would lead to a war, one Mysaulia could better avoid. The real threats were the demon-like creatures from the Great Darkness and the Great Darkness itself. So I didn't really have any other choice than to swallow my own pride and accept the deal. I had to participate in the selection, whatever that might be. Well, guys, what do you think the selection is? I guess you're going to have to stick around to find out, aren't you? But now, back to learning some more about Project New Hope. Again, we are here today to raise some money for Project New Hope, projectnewhopema.org. So, let's go back. Let's see, where are we at? We're about 2 hours in. It's time for the video again. Dun, dun, dun. So, let's watch our video and learn a little bit more about Project New Hope.
Why do I think it's important to spread the word about Project New Hope to other veterans is because these programs like this are not many out there. And for military members, we don't really get exposed to this.
Project New Hope, with all their impact, has helped me out emotionally on bringing me out of a shell. Like I always felt I was the only one out there with issues or problems. And when I got involved with these guys, this organization, to find out that I'm not the only one out there. There's a lot of us.
Project New Hope has helped me immensely. I actually didn't start there as a volunteer. I actually started there as somebody who they reached out to help support me in my times of need. And by them doing that and continuing to do that throughout the years, it's given me the immense pleasure and honor to continue to help them to get back to the veterans any way I can.
Project New Hope helped me feel connected is because I felt so disconnected. I call it a psychological mind trip where you think you're all alone, but there's great people in the community that are reaching out to veterans, make them feel welcome, and to prove that they feel welcome, not just by words, but by actions.
I think it's really important for local organizations to support our veterans and military affiliated first responders. We owe these people our debt of gratitude.
Well, we support the Veterans Run. We've been doing it for 11 years now. Project New Hope does a lot for returning veterans and to help their mental state and food and everything else that's on their plate. And we're happy to do this bike run every year and hopefully raise enough money for to keep Project New Hope and Bill going forever.
We walked in there, it's a bunch of community. We have veterans in there that seem like they come here for specific togetherness, connectedness, and just to feel part of something, and we're happy to help support that.
What I love about being involved with Project New Hope, and especially with doing the Cortina method, the best part about it is watching the veterans come in on day one and just seeing the heaviness of what they've been carrying forever. And the heaviness is so palpable. And when they leave, they're light and uplifted and so energized. And that just warms my heart. It's the best thing I've ever been involved in.
This program has helped me tremendously with the food bill. So this program has been a godsend.
Well, the support that we've received is, it's Christmas time. They did the Christmas gifts for our grandkids. The food pantry has been a lifesaver, and it's just been a help. And everybody there has been so helpful and so friendly and so supportive.
It just helped you out 100%. Can't wait until Tuesday comes to get to the coffee hour.
Project New Hope gave me the resources and help me weather through the storms when times were tough. And it's always been a part of my life and supported. And I cannot say how blessed I am being a part of this program.
All right, so again, if you want to learn more about Project New Hope, you can, of course, ask me. I am happy to answer any of your questions. You can also go to projectnewhopema.org. Donations you can do right through the QR code on my screens here, or on your screens, I should say. You can scan the QR code, and the donations go through Tiltify, and all donations are going to go to Project New Hope. I am matching the first $200 worth of donations that come in 100%. So for every dollar that you donate, I donate $1 as well. And any other money that comes into any of my streams today goes 100% back out to support Project New Hope. You can also go to Project New Hope's website, and they do have a charity button or a donate button there that you can click and follow their links. I just don't see those, so I can't match them because I don't know that they happened. All right, guys, back to The Ice Queen, The Queen's Throne, Book 1, by Elena Van Peborgh. Hope you guys are enjoying the book so far. We have 2 chapters left to read. So far, we have The Great Darkness, which split the earth in twain. Gave rise to werewolves, vampires, hybrids, witches, warlocks. Our protagonist here is the Ice Queen, who is a witch, a hunter, a warrior, and technically, I guess, fully human. She has arrived in Naremia as a diplomat and is being forced to take part in something called the Selection, which we don't know what the heck that is at this point. So, I guess it's time for us to dive into the next chapter and find out, shall we? So, here we go with Chapter 4, The Selection. When King Henry of Naremia finished evaluating the girls, he went up on the platform and sat down on the throne next to his son. You have been chosen for the selection, which is a great honor, the king began. He had a loud voice, so the sound even carried to where I was standing. I was actually curious to find out why this was such a privilege. The greatest honor there was in Mysaulia was to either be a hunter or to fight in the Royal Warrior Division. What could possibly be so important in Naremia? Of course, they had their own army, but I didn't think that was the reason the girls were here. In the coming weeks, you'll follow classes and be evaluated during them. You'll learn about the royal life and how to be elegant. You'll learn about the etiquette and be educated on manners and how to speak properly, the king continued. Well, that would be easy. I was a royal. I was a freaking crown prince of Mysaulia. I was the heir to the throne, and one day I would become queen. I'd learned all of this already. I didn't need these lessons. I would probably pass after a day. Perform well in those classes, and you'll make sure you won't be eliminated at the end of each week. The last remaining girl will become the bride of the crown prince. What? I almost lost it. This was hilarious. Apparently, the highest honor in Naremia was to become a princess to one day maybe become queen. Really? And they even had a competition between a few selected girls to win the heart and the hand of the prince? Was this seriously a thing? This was such a cliche and so old-fashioned. And then I had been forced to participate in this too. I wasn't just any Mysaulian hunter. I was a future queen. The king and his son had no clue what they had gotten themselves into. Go now and take the envelope with your name when you leave this room, the king concluded. The girls headed outside and picked up an envelope from the basket next to the door. Let's just wait until they all have an envelope. Then you can take the one from the girl who's missing, Sabine said to me. I nodded in answer. The king looked at me and narrowed his eyes. He signed for me to come towards him, and I obeyed. Why are you still hanging around here? He asked. Your son has asked me to replace the missing girl, Your Majesty. I'm not really sure it's a good idea to let a Mysaulian hunter participate in the selection, but if that's necessary before we can talk, I will prove I have basic manners. I answered simply. The king sighed deeply and waved his hand to send me away. I turned around and went to the basket to pick up the last remaining envelope. All the other girls had already left the room. The name on the envelope was Maggie Bond. I showed it to Sabine, who had come to stand next to me in the meantime. Luckily, Miss Bond was also human. Her room is in the same wing as the other human girls. I'll lead you there. I wondered how she knew Maggie Bond was human, but that wasn't really important. What about my servant Carl? Will he be able to stay with me? I asked Sabine. Of course. A few other girls have also brought their own servants or maids. Only hybrids were part of the elite class in Neremia, and a lot of hybrids were still commoners here. I didn't think any of the human girls had brought their own maids or servants. What about the dress code? I packed some dresses, but they are mostly pretty simple. Some girls who are part of the palace staff will come to take your measurements later today. They will make you some dresses. I also haven't had lunch yet. It was a long journey from Mysaulia to the Neremian palace. Sabine sighed. She was getting pretty tired of my questions. But I had gotten a pretty shitty welcome and had then been thrown into the selection just like that. I was only trying to get some information. I will let a maid bring some food to your room. I decided to keep quiet after that. I didn't want to annoy her any further. As we passed through the entrance hall, I signaled for Carl to follow. He immediately picked up my suitcase and walked behind me. Sabine led us to a wing in the far back of the palace. We arrived in a huge sitting area. There was a lot of space with a lot of chairs and couches made of fabric. At the back of the space was a long hallway with doors. Sabine pointed towards it. Miss Bond's room is somewhere there. Her name is on the door. After she said that, she turned around and left. I walked down the hallway. Most doors were closed and didn't have names on them, but there were a few open doors with a name on them, and there was a girl in each of them. One girl with long, light brown hair noticed me. Hey, aren't you the diplomat from Mysaulia? She asked. I nodded slowly. She was right about that, but I wasn't entirely sure if confirming it was a good idea. Another girl also looked at me now. This girl had short, black, curly hair. Damn, then she's a hunter. You're participating in the selection, right? I asked. They both nodded in answer. Well, I'm not sure how I've gotten into this, but it looks like I need to participate in it as well. I swear I won't compete to steal the prince away from you. I just want to do my job. I would really appreciate your help, I said. The brown-haired girl jumped off her bed and came to me. She was of average height and therefore reached halfway to my face. I was quite tall for a girl. I don't even want to marry that prince, but sure, I'll try to help you. I'm Stephanie. She introduced herself to me. The black-haired girl still didn't really trust the situation or me. She hesitantly kept her distance. Look, I'm not a threat to you. Hunters don't harm humans, and I'm not even here to kill any hybrids, I told her. She finally stood up as well and came towards me. I'm Lillian. What's your name, and who is that? She pointed towards Carl, who was right behind me. I quickly glanced at him over my shoulder, but his expression was blank. He had received warrior training and was a guard, so he was used to having a neutral expression and not displaying any emotion. My name is Marion, and that is my servant Carl. He will assist and protect me during my stay in Neremia. So, what kind of help do you need? Stephanie asked. I just want to gain some information. What kind of classes will there be held? How long will the selection last? The two girls told me about the different classes and that my envelope held the schedule. They also told me 5 girls would be eliminated each week, which meant they could return home again. That would continue until 5 girls were left. When that was the case, only 2 girls would be eliminated at the end of that week. The remaining 3 girls would then have to go through the final week, and at the end of that week, 1 girl would be chosen to become the bride of the prince. Thank you for the information. There was a girl missing. Her name is Maggie Bond. Do you know where her room is? I saw that name on a door just a bit farther down, Stephanie answered, and she pointed farther along the hallway. Why do you need to know that? Lillian asked suspiciously. I'll be replacing her, so I'll be staying in the room that was meant for her. Oh, I'm sorry. I've just heard so many stories about the hunters. That's okay, Lillian. Well, I'll go to my room now. I went further down the hallway until I arrived at the door with Maggie's name on it. Here it is. The door was closed, so I opened it and entered. There was a huge bed in the middle of the room and a comfortable chair made of fabric and a wooden table next to it. There was also a big closet with a beautiful design on the left side of the room next to a door, which led to the bathroom. The left side was obviously meant for me because the right side didn't take up that much space. On that side, there was just a small bed and a small, simple closet. That side was meant for a personal servant or maid. In Mysaulia, they normally stayed in the room right next to the person they served, but apparently that wasn't the case in Neremia. I didn't really mind sharing the room with Carl. I actually felt safer with him being so close. Just put the suitcase somewhere in the room, Carl, I told him. He did what I had asked and went around the room to inspect the space. I don't think you need to do that, Carl. This room wasn't originally meant for me, and I doubt they would harm an innocent Neremian citizen. It's protocol, madam, he replied. I knew he had to follow the protocol, but this inspection was actually unnecessary. Don't use that title. I'm sorry, Miss Perrault. It's just a habit. One that will get us both into trouble, I stated. He didn't react to that. He didn't need to. He continued his inspection while I sat down on the chair and opened the envelope. I studied the schedule of classes. Stephanie and Lillian had named all of them, but the names of the classes spoke for themselves. It was quite obvious what manners or dancing would be about. Carl had finished his inspection and looked at me. Is there something wrong, Carl? I asked him. Can I ask what has happened, Miss Perrault? I've just arrived in Neremia at the worst possible time. It's not really my lucky day today. But don't worry about it. I'll fix it. You packed some clothes as well. You should go get them. Are you sure? It was actually risky to ask that because I could think he was doubting me in my competence. But I knew he only asked for my explicit confirmation, so he knew for certain he could leave me alone for a bit. Yes, I'm good. Thank you. He slightly bowed his head, turned around, and left me alone in the room. I sighed. In my head, I went over everything that had gone wrong today. Luckily, the rest of the day passed without any more incidents. Carl got back with his bag and unpacked both of our stuff. While he was unpacking, a maid brought a plate with some food to my room. I wasn't sure it was only meant for me, but I shared the food with Carl nonetheless. It wasn't standard, but I didn't care about those stupid rules right now. He was also hungry because, just like me, he hadn't eaten anything since breakfast. I'd rather starve myself before I let any Mysaulian citizen suffer from hunger. I took care of my people. I always would. I know that wasn't standard, so thank you for not saying anything about it. I'll make sure to ask where you need to eat. Thank you, Miss Perrault, Carl said, and then continued unpacking. I smiled a bit towards him. I might be the Ice Queen, but I wasn't that cold or bitchy. I actually cared about my people and my country. I was only cold as a warrior, and I sometimes pretended to be bitchier because I hated the press. The press just didn't like me, but I didn't care about that. I didn't like them either. If they did like me, they would just call me Princess Madison. Where should my servant go to eat? I asked the maid when she came back to take away the plate. Oh, he can always come to the servant quarters. I can show you where they are. Please go with her, Carl, I ordered Carl. He immediately stopped unpacking, got up, and followed the girl outside. While they were gone, 2 other maids entered my room. They were here to take my measurements. I was hoping I would be free after this. I was just done with this day. I was also pretty tired. Luckily, the day was pretty much over. Everyone left me alone for the rest of the time. Only Lillian and Stephanie came to search for me when it was dinner time. I'd put on a simple dark purple dress, reaching right past my knees. The other girls were still wearing the same dresses as earlier, so I fit in more now. It was silent during dinner, and the atmosphere also felt uncomfortable. The hybrid girls sat with us at the table, staring at me like I would kill them out of the blue. I didn't have the energy to try to convince them I wouldn't. I actually enjoyed the silence. After dinner, I followed Lillian and Stephanie back to our wing and went straight to my room without saying anything. They were talking about the classes of the next day, but I knew more or less what would be taught. It had been a while since I had had such classes, but I still remembered them, and I also practiced almost daily what I had learned then. I entered my room, changed into my sleeping wear, and went straight into my bed. Carl wasn't around. I guessed he had gone to the servant quarters for dinner. I didn't really care about his whereabouts. We generally weren't that strict with our personnel in Mysaulia. When Carl came back, he thought I was already sleeping because he tried to stay quiet. I was trying to sleep, but I couldn't yet. Since nobody had talked to me during dinner and had feared me, I wondered if the press was right. Maybe I was an ice-cold bitch. But then again, I wouldn't be so insecure and doubting myself now. I had also been friendly to Stephanie and Lillian, but they were just human girls, and they hadn't done anything wrong. They had nothing to do with me getting into the selection. Am I really that bad, Carl? I decided to ask Carl when he was also in his bed. I must have surprised him because he didn't answer immediately. I was just wondering what he thought of me. I had quite the reputation, and my nickname spoke for itself. Oh, what exactly do you mean, Miss Peralt? Am I that cold, hard, and emotionless? Sometimes, but only when it's necessary. Thank you for your honesty, Carl. Of course, Miss Peralt. I was finally able to sleep now. I dozed off quickly. All right, chapter 4 done. One chapter left to go. Oh, happy days. And now let's go talk a little bit more about Project New Hope. And I see we've had another donation come in from Anonymous. It is perfectly acceptable to stay anonymous. Thank you for the donation. Again, I am matching up to the first $200 that comes in, so that donation of $50 means $100 goes to Project New Hope. $200 once you add in their matching from another source. Yay, I love it. All right, let's go back to talk about Project New Hope. And now, so we've talked about the Caregivers Retreat. We've talked about the Male Veterans Retreat. Now let's talk about the Women's Retreat. So Project New Hope is actually unique in some of what they do here. There are a lot of the organizations that don't give any kind of an additional focus towards the women veterans. And women veterans have different needs sometimes than the male veterans do. I will also say we've had retreats for transgendered, the LGBTQ, all sorts of stuff. So Project New Hope really is an organization that has strived to be inclusive across the board. If you were a veteran, they got something for you to take care of you. So let's talk a little bit about the Women's Retreat. So the TCM, the Cortina Method, Women Veterans Retreat, November 12th through the 16th of 2026. A week of empowerment, healing, and connection. The nation celebrates veterans. Then Project New Hope keeps the promise to help you rebuild with honor. Find relief from the struggles with PTS, guilt, anger, fear, physical pain, and limiting beliefs. Learn to be the best version of yourself. Experience the Cortina Method, a groundbreaking neuroscience-based approach that resolves and dissolves emotional pain without reliving trauma. TCM replaces stress and sorrow with joy, gratitude, relief, and excitement, helping you move forward lighter and stronger. Some of the retreat highlights: equine therapy, yoga and qigong, Reiki and reflexology, peer support and discussion circles, quiet reflection in nature, time to breathe, relax, and rediscover joy. at the Genesis Spiritual Life and Conference Center in Westfield, Mass. More retreat information at projectnewhopema.org/retreats. So again, looking at it for this upcoming year, for 2026, we've got a caregivers retreat, we've got a male veterans retreat, and a women veterans retreat. So lots of things out there to make sure that everybody is being taken care of, how they may need to. And of course, twice a month, they hold food pantries to be able to help veterans that may be in need by providing food and foodstuffs to them to be able to support. They were actually there this morning. I played a little video that Bill shot, Bill Moore, president and CEO of Project New Hope. Also a disabled Air Force veteran, by the way. But some of the stuff that he has, or the film that he shot this morning from the food pantry, and you can see what kind of we do there. I was there a couple of weeks ago, but again, I couldn't be there this week because I was preparing for this. So, thank you to those of you guys who have donated so far. Cajun Tuna donated some subscriptions to the Twitch channel, which I will match the value of those going to Project New Hope. All the money that goes into the Twitch channel today, the only channel I am monetized on, goes back out to support Project New Hope, as well as any of the direct donations that you guys make through the QR code that I have there. Any donations that go into Project New Hope themselves, I don't see those, so I can't really match them. But we'll be matching, from my side, the first $200 that comes in. So thank you to all of you guys who are donating. Even after the stream ends today, they will always be happy with any donations that you would like to give, and would be happy to accept them through their website, projectnewhopema.org. They've got a donate button right on the page there for them. All right, let's get back over here. I'm going to go open a window in my office because it's getting warm in here. Spring, finally arriving. Let's see, what is it? It's 48 degrees outside, so it's not like it's hot outside. But, it's daytime. My office is all closed up. The computer generates heat because of all the stuff I'm doing here. It gets a little toasty. So, now the window's open and my dog's at the window and watching outside because she's a dog and that's what dogs do. Right, Pepper? Right, Pepper? Yeah, you can watch outside. It's okay. Good girl. Orf, 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 orf. All right, everyone. Well, we have one chapter left of The Ice Queen, Elena's book, to be able to read. Again, if you are enjoying it, you can pick it up and continue the book. I know it's available on Amazon. She is, I want to say, in the Netherlands? I could be wildly wrong with that, but so the links that I will have on the YouTube video later, and actually let me go ahead and grab one of those now, and I'll post them on some of the various spots here to where you can go and look up this. This should, recognize where you are from, so that way it can get you the link to the right Amazon page. But you can go out here and check out The Ice Queen. If you have missed any parts of it, I will have it available on YouTube and Rumble by tomorrow. I post it by chapter, so you can get out there and get into the replays of it. But of course, I'm going to stop at chapter 5. So if you want it beyond there, you're going to have to go pick up the book. And as a reminder, if you are reading books, listening to books, consuming books in some way or another, consider getting out there and giving a review. I will tell you, I engage a lot with the indie author community. Doing what I do, that makes sense, right? It makes a huge difference for them to have reviews on their books. Honestly, good, bad, neutral, doesn't matter. Reviews make a difference. So if you are reading books, especially ones that don't have many reviews on them, get out there and give a review of the book. It makes a difference to the author. It makes a difference in the algorithms, and it helps these authors to get more discovered because people are actually reading and reviewing their books. All right, everyone. Now let's go ahead and dive into the last chapter that we will read of The Ice Queen today. And then we're going to go and play some games. So there will be a couple of games that that I am happy to jump in and play. MechWarrior Online, which a lot of you guys may know me from because I do that every Thursday. I've got Diablo 4 that I can go and play. I've got Hearthstone that I can go and play. If you have something in particular, let me know. And we'll still continue to pause and go look at Project New Hope every once in a while. If it is MechWarrior, I will continue to read Battletech books while we play because that's kind of what I do. All right, everybody, let's jump in now with the last chapter that we'll read today of The Ice Queen. Chapter 5, Classes. The next morning I woke up early. I got dressed, putting on a long, sparkly, dark blue dress with a starry print, and brushed my hair. The stars on the dress sparkled brightly. I woke Carl before leaving for breakfast. All the girls at the table were also wearing dresses, just like I had thought. I was a fast learner, and I'd understood it was the dress code to constantly wear dresses. It was stricter here than in the Mysaulian palace. In my country, I didn't really need to wear dresses inside the palace or outside, but I usually did when I wasn't wearing armor or my training outfit. Most of my dresses were quite comfortable. After breakfast, we all went to our first class, which was called Elegance. I knew it would be about posture and stance. First, the woman who taught the class introduced herself. Her name was Madame Bonaventure. She had fierce red hair and was clearly a noblewoman, meaning she was a hybrid. I couldn't smell the mix of blood and wolf on her, though. She had masked it with a subtle perfume that had the scent of roses. Madame Bonaventure displayed the correct posture and how we needed to walk. She put 2 books on her head and walked in a straight line through the classroom. She was an amateur. I could carry 5 books without dropping them. I could even carry a stone jug filled with liquid on my head. Is there anyone who wants to try it? If so, please step forward. I immediately put a step forward. I want to use 3 books, though, I announced. I could do more, but didn't want to brag. Madame Bonaventure raised one eyebrow and investigated me from the top of my head to my toes. I do want to see you try, she said, pursing her lips. She grabbed one more book and placed all 3 of them on top of my head. I walked in a straight line through the room without much effort, then turned around on my heels and bent slightly through my knees while holding the skirt of my dress up with my hands as a slight bow. I went to stand right in front of the teacher, got the books off my head, and handed them back to her. She wasn't able to utter a word. I can even carry those books on my head while dancing, I said. That got her out of her shocked state. You can prove that statement. Wait here, she replied. She put the books aside and immediately left the room. The other girls were quiet. They were still surprised and just stared at me. I was kind of used to people staring at me and admiring me, so I didn't really mind. Nor did I feel uncomfortable. I didn't care about it. I just pretended the girls weren't even there. Madame Bonaventure returned swiftly, and Sabine entered the classroom right behind her. Miss Perrault, I understand you bragged about being able to carry 3 books on your head while dancing. Do you want to prove your statement? Sabine said to me. Excuse me? I hadn't bragged. It was the truth. I'd gotten this kind of lesson for years. Yes, I do, I answered. Follow me, then. I followed Sabine out of the classroom, and she led me to the ballroom. Wait here. I will return shortly, she ordered me. She left me alone in the room, returning a bit later with Prince Oscar of Neremia and 3 books. She handed me the books, and I placed them on my head. You're able to dance, right? Oscar asked me for confirmation. I know the standard dance done at the beginning of a ball, I replied. Mysaulia didn't hold that many balls, but I had learned the dance since I would eventually do so. I wasn't aware dancing was a part of the hunter training in Mysaulia. He was right about that. I had learned it during my training and education as a crown princess. It isn't, but I thought it would be handy to know that dance, so I had requested to learn it after I passed the hunter tests, I lied. Oscar was still a bit suspicious, but he accepted that answer. He went to stand in front of me and offered his right hand with the palm upwards to me, which was a sign he asked me to dance with him. I placed my right hand over his, accepting the offer. Then he put his other arm around my waist, and I put my left hand on his shoulder. You can put this music on, Sabine, he said. Of course, she immediately obeyed. She placed the needle over the record, and the gramophone began blaring out the tune. We danced over the whole length of the dance floor until the song stopped. It didn't surprise me that he could dance so well. He had learned to dance at a young age as well. He released me and took the books off my head. Sabine immediately rushed towards him to retrieve them. I could tell they were both a bit surprised and impressed, even though they tried not to show anything. I wasn't bragging, it was the truth. I don't really need the elegance lessons. Apparently not. But maybe you can do something else during elegance. Come with me, Oscar said. I was getting pretty tired of people ordering me around and following people, but I didn't protest. I followed him to the library. Sit down, he ordered while pointing to a chair. It's rude to sit before you do so. I hadn't meant it in a disrespectful way. I just needed explicit confirmation, but he was annoyed by my reply. I know, but I asked you to. So, I sat down on the chair he had pointed at. I'll see what books I can find about the history of Neremia, he muttered, and started walking towards the shelves. Or you can just ask me what I know, I suggested. He turned around to face me and folded his arms before his chest. What can you tell me about the history of Neremia? Neremia wasn't a country yet when the Great Darkness arose. The countries now known as Neremia and Paudesia were originally one country. They only split up after the vampires discovered werewolves could also transform into vampires and therefore created the hybrids. But the vampires didn't create the hybrids voluntarily. No, I didn't say so either. The vampires wanted to create an army of slaves to fight against the demon-like creatures from the Great Darkness, and to bring them humans for their blood supply. They weren't allowed to keep humans for a long time in Lythora, and they were dependent on the humans being exchanged with Mysaulia. This was all agreed in the peace treaty between Lythora and Mysaulia, when both countries were founded after the rise of the Great Darkness. Well, the two countries, Lythora and Mysaulia, were kind of founded after the rise of the Great Darkness. It had all started with an earthquake, and it had taken a while before the weather had changed and before supernaturals had emerged. We didn't know everything that had happened back then. Lots of that information was lost throughout the years. We knew most of what had happened back then through one of my ancestors, Leonie Wildew. She had been one of the first witches and had later written down what she had lived through. The text had been kept safe, and I had read it during history classes. What can you tell me about the different species? Oscar asked now. I'll start with the werewolves. They were born with the werewolf gene, which gives them a bit more enhanced senses than a human and speeds up their healing process. But werewolves are about as vulnerable as humans. They just heal faster. A werewolf can die of blood loss, but that rarely happens. A werewolf can transform into a wolf, but then they completely lose control over themselves and forget who they are and about their human form. They become animals. Their first transformation takes place between the age of 15 and 16, and it lasts a few years before they are able to control their transformation at will. So, what can kill a werewolf? The same things that are able to kill a human, and a werewolf also gets old and dies of old age. A bite from a vampire is also normally lethal to a werewolf, but if the vampire wants a werewolf to transform, the werewolf has a 50% chance of surviving the transformation. I don't really understand why you hunters hate werewolves. They're actually just evolved humans. Werewolves are born and can die like humans of old age. They just recover faster. Oscar voiced his thoughts. I blinked a few times. What? I was actually taken a bit aback by this. Did I even need to answer that question, or had he only asked this rhetorically? Can you please explain the reasoning behind the hunter's distrust? He asked explicitly. Oh, sure. Werewolves are dangerous. They have no control over their transformation during the first few years, and just transform randomly. They are animals as wolves, and they are much stronger and bigger than ordinary wolves. What about witches and warlocks, then? Aren't they dangerous because of their magic? Newborns also have no control over their magic. Were we seriously having this discussion now? He didn't know I was a witch. If I were dangerous, people would have died at my hand. I had never killed a human. Hell, I'd never even killed a supernatural being. I'd only killed demons from the great darkness. They might be dangerous, but their magic can be controlled. Newborn babies get a bracelet blocking their magic. They don't harm humans or kill them, I told him. I don't fully agree with that, but I don't want to discuss this with you. Tell me what you know about vampires and hybrids. Vampires are created. When a vampire bites a human and wants the human to transform, they inject a toxin into their victim through their fangs, killing the human and turning them into a vampire. A vampire regularly needs to drink human blood to be able to function, and they can't stand the daylight. They also can be killed by a werewolf bite, a stake through the heart, or by being beheaded. I paused for a bit to see if that information was sufficient for Oscar. Now, on to the hybrids. Hybrids were originally werewolves turned by vampires. It turned out hybrids aren't fully undead or dead like the vampires. Hybrids can reproduce, and someone who's born as a hybrid will first grow and age at the same rate as a human, but they stop aging at a certain point. The werewolf genes of a hybrid kick in between the age of 15 and 16, like with the werewolves, and their vampire genes kick in at the age of 18, when they stop aging. I continued, but he didn't react. Do you know what the difference and similarities are between a hybrid and a vampire? And just like a vampire, a hybrid also needs to drink human blood to be able to operate, but they can only be killed by a stake through the heart or by being beheaded. A werewolf bite isn't lethal to a hybrid. A hybrid can stand the daylight because they're partly werewolves. A hybrid also appears more human than a vampire. What are the differences and similarities between a werewolf and a hybrid? Well, they both appear human, and they both have enhanced senses, although a hybrid's senses are even more developed than a werewolf's. A vampire's bite isn't lethal to a hybrid at all, so a hybrid can die even less easily than a werewolf. A hybrid can get hurt but can heal almost immediately, even faster than the werewolves. A hybrid has more control over their transformation. They can change at will, but don't lose their identity or humanity. Okay, that's enough. Apparently, you know your history and have studied the different species well. Duh. That was part of my hunter training, I replied. That was only partly true. I had gotten some history lessons during my training and education as the crown princess and had studied it more in depth during my training as a hunter. Oscar narrowed his eyes, and they hardened and darkened. Had I said something wrong? I know what you can use. You definitely need to learn some manners and how to be more humble. You might not need the other classes, but you can spend all day with Lady Van Peborgh, who teaches manners. I'll send her to come get you. I didn't even have the time to react. Just like that, he walked away and left the library. Just like that, he left me all alone. All right, everyone, that is our reading of The Ice Queen by Elena Van Peborgh. Peborgh? I'm probably saying it wrong no matter which way I go. So I hope you enjoyed. And now, if I don't have any specific requests coming in, which I haven't seen come in, I'll go load up Mech Warrior Online and we can go and have some mech battles. How does that sound? Dun dun dun. Da, da, da. So we'll swap on over. Let's turn that off. Turn that off. And here we go. Mech Warrior Online.
Achieved with CryEngine.
Achieved with CryEngine. I was saying, well, I am loading this up. We'll come back over to the Project New Hope stream here. And let's go ahead and watch the video again. For those of you guys who have missed it, if you've watched it before, well, hey, you get to watch it again with me. If you haven't watched it before, here you go.
Why do I think it's important to spread the word about Project New Hope to other veterans is because these programs like this are not many out there. And for military members, we don't really get exposed to this.
Project New Hope, with all their impact, has helped me out emotionally on bringing me out of a shell. Like I always felt I was the only one out there with issues or problems. And when I got involved with these guys, this organization, to find out that I'm not the only one out there. There's a lot of us.
Project New Hope has helped me immensely. I actually didn't start there as a volunteer. I actually started there as somebody who they reached out to help support me in my times of need. And by them doing that and continuing to do that throughout the years, it's given me the immense pleasure and honor to continue to help them to get back to the veterans any way I can.
Project New Hope helped me feel connected is because I felt so disconnected. I call it a psychological mind trip where you think you're all alone, but there's great people in the community that are reaching out to veterans, make them feel welcome, and to prove that they feel welcome, not just by words, but by actions.
I think it's really important for local organizations to support our veterans and military affiliated first responders. We owe these people our debt of gratitude.
Well, we support the Veterans Run. We've been doing it for 11 years now. Project New Hope does a lot for returning veterans and to help their mental state and food and everything else that's on their plate. And we're happy to do this bike run every year and hopefully raise enough money for to keep Project New Hope and Bill going forever.
We walked in there, it's a bunch of community. We have veterans in there that seem like they come here for specific togetherness, connectedness, and just to feel part of something, and we're happy to help support that.
What I love about being involved with Project New Hope, and especially with doing the Cortina method, the best part about it is watching the veterans come in on day one and just seeing the heaviness of what they've been carrying forever. And the heaviness is so palpable. And when they leave, they're light and uplifted and so energized, and that just warms my heart. It's the best thing I've ever been involved in.
This program has helped me tremendously with the food bill. So this program has been a godsend.
Well, the support that we've received is, it's Christmas time. They did the Christmas gifts for our grandkids. The food pantry has been a lifesaver, and it's just been a help. And everybody there has been so helpful and so friendly and so supportive.
They just help you out 100%. Can't wait until Tuesday comes to get to the coffee hour.
Project New Hope gave me the resources and help me weather through the storms when times were tough. And it's always been a part of my life and supported. And I cannot say how blessed I am being a part of this program.
All right, guys. So again, a little bit more about Project New Hope there for you. I am accepting donations in all day. I am matching the first $200 that comes in. So anything that you guys put through that QR code, I am matching 100% up to the first $200. So right now we've got $60 that's come in. So $60 for me. We're up to $120 for Project New Hope. Fantastic. If you have any questions about Project New Hope, please ask away. I am happy to answer any questions that you guys may have. But now let's go ahead and jump in for some MechWarrior Online, shall we? And what we'll do is during MechWarrior Online, I will get us set up and we'll read some Battletech books while we play Search Warrior. Search Warrior, of course, for those of you guys who are not familiar, is basically what we call it when we're waiting for matches, like we are right at this very moment. So we'll give it a minute, and then we'll get started into reading after we get through our first match. I always try to give it just a little bit to go through. But again, if you guys happen to have any questions about Project New Hope, anything I can answer for you, anything I can answer about being a narrator, an audiobook narrator, a voiceover artist, the different things that I do, you can always ask that at any time. And I am happy to answer your questions. Right, Pepper? You gonna come over and say hi? Pepper doesn't want to come and say hi. You don't want to come say hi, do you? You want to come here? You gonna come here and say hi? Come here. Come on. You can do it. Come on. No? You're not gonna make it? If Ginger was here, she would come say hi. She would come say hi. But you don't want to come say hi. You're just a dog. A dog. Orf. Yes, she is a dog. All day long. And twice on Sundays. Twice on Sundays? No, that can't be. Well, again, I hope you guys enjoyed the reading of The Ice Queen. I hope you will get out there and support Elena in what she does. And you can check out those books on Amazon. Cockpit items have no weight, so I have no weight. That's my story. Oh, that's my story. I ain't got a witness and
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Gamma is theirs.
Yes, there is something between Meld Studios,
We have taken Sigma.
MechWarrior Online, and my Focusrite that is causing my sound to go wonky, and I don't know what it is.
We have Theta. The enemy has captured Epsilon.
They shooting at me, Ma. They shooting at me.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target acquired.
All right, nobody's gotten Kappa, so I may as well jet over here for a minute. Cap it.
Kappa is under control.
New target acquired.
I ain't got a witness, and you know I can't prove it. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's my story. Oh, that's my story. Arrows flying through the air. Which is why I brought AMS.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
They're bombing me, Ma. They're bombing me.
A good start. Keep holding the resource point, warriors. Target spotted. They are a quarter of the way there. Do not let them push ahead.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Kappa is under control.
Target acquired.
Echo 6.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Resource point signaling is now controlled by the enemy.
Fox 6, one coming
coming in close.
New target acquired. UAV activated.
Need assistance.
New target acquired.
Our team is just getting their ass kicked.
New target acquired.
We have 0 chance of winning this.
New target acquired.
I was the only one left alive. I may as well just walk in there and die, right? I got arrows up out of that? Damn, that's not good. With 310 done, our team got their asses kicked. Not good. Not good at all. Well, that is the case some days. Sometimes I... Gideon Gymnast, thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, let's take a second. Well, this is coming up. We'll come over and we'll go look at Project New Hope again for a moment. So let's go back to looking at our caregiver retreat. So again, Project New Hope was originally founded as a way to give veterans a place where they could rebuild with honor. And a lot of that was done through the retreats offered at Project New Hope. And so Project New Hope has done various retreats for a lot of different things, for, focusing on PTSD, caregivers, male veterans, female veterans, transgendered, LGBTQ, all of that kind of stuff that Project New Hope has focused on. The retreats that we'll look at, kind of through the rest of the stream, look at the different ones that they are offering through this year. So Project New Hope, the first one of the year is the Military and Veteran Caregivers Retreat. And that one is designed for people who are caretakers of veterans. As many of you guys know, being a caretaker is not the easiest thing in the world. And it can lead to a lot of fatigue and a lot of things that go along with some of that as well. So to help counteract some of that, Project New Hope does make a special effort to take care of our military and veteran caregivers. That could be spouses of active duty military who are caring for the children while the spouse is gone. We all know how important the spouse is to the veteran, and the work that they do, is so important and so hard to do without the help, especially when the veteran is not there. Lord Drakewater, hello, welcome on in. Glad to have you here. Talking about Project New Hope today. Raising some money for them. They are a military and veteran service community organization, nonprofit, of course. So you see the military and veteran caregiver retreat. a lot of the retreats focus on the Cortina method, which provides a way to be able to do that. That's what that TCM is for. If you do want to find out more information about Project New Hope, you can, of course, go to projectnewhopema.org, find out more information about them, projectnewhopema.org/retreats for more information about the retreats that they offer. And again, I speak from a place of experience here on some.
Reactor online.
Causes that to do that. Override engaged. Something about MechWarrior Online, Meld Studios, and my Focusrite. I don't know what it is, but it gives it issues, and suddenly my microphone will cut out, and you guys stop getting audio from me. It's the strangest freaking thing. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't know why it is. It just is. Looks like they are spinning towards the Bravo side.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Come sit over here and shoot down missiles.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Activated.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty.
New target acquired. New target acquired. Target acquired. New target acquired.
It would help if I could actually hit anybody.
New target acquired. acquired.
I don't have any more
New
UAVs.
target acquired.
I thought I had another one.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target acquired. Right torso critical damage. Right torso destroyed. Right arm destroyed.
There's no sense in it. We're already dead.
Clan command. Respond.
What's with the sides I'm dropping on? I mean, it's patch week. This is the way it always goes. Patch weeks, it seems. I mean, 449 missiles destroyed, but our team did absolutely jack and crap. Gotta love it. All right, let's switch over now. Hold on. Gotta fix that. Come a little bit closer, you're my kind of mech. So big and so strong. Come a little bit closer. I'm all alone and the night is so long. All right, everybody. That's very kind, but I don't want to put you out. Noble ushered her through the door and locked it behind them. Look, I don't mind. I need the exercise. And, well, I've been here on Zurich for almost a month, and the only people I've met are Mr. Fox, his daughter, and her half-wit husband. Maybe with you I can chat about something more than old wars, new holovids, or how many MIPS a new computer can perform. Well, I get the part about a little occupational therapy, but I wouldn't say you're in need of any exercise at all. Kathy led the way down the stairs and around to the back, then down another flight to the basement. A doorway leading to the rear parking area had been opened, letting sunlight flood the basement. Kathy signaled to a little group of 3 standing next to a Jeep with a trailer attached to it, then made the introductions when they walked over. Noble Thea, this is Dr. Richard Bradford and his wife, Carol. He's the director at the Renseed Medical Center, and Carol runs our child care and community outreach programs. The smallish, dark-haired man shook Noble's hand firmly. Call me Rick. His wife, who stood a little taller than him, likewise gave Noble a firm grip. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Thea. Noble, please.
Reactor online.
Da 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 da.
All systems.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Let's see if we can actually win the match here tonight, and not just get our ass kicked. I mean, I'm not bad at the game and all, but it's not going very well for our heroes. That sometimes is the way life's meant to be. As I wander around this wreck of a town, where people never speak aloud, with its ivory towers and its plastic flowers, I wish I was back in 1981, just to see your face instead of this place. Now I know what you mean to me, and I wonder, oh I wonder, wonder. Is this the way life's meant to be? I'm here to kick ass and shoot down missiles, and I'm all out of ass. By the way, guys, I looked up a whole bunch of dirty dad jokes for you today, if you are so interested.
Target spotted.
Target
donate, ask for a dirty dad joke, I will be happy to give you one. They're not all dirty. Some of them are just dark. And some of them are just normal dad jokes.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Come stand next to the Corsair, it loses the narc on it, basically, and I get to shoot down missiles.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
With the two of us standing together, Corsair 7A and my Kit Fox.
Warning, incoming missile.
They should be hard pressed to get much through.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target acquired.
Ow.
Chip away at us. Stay frosty.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Don't let the hostiles take down any more of you.
I'm shooting down so many missiles. Yeah, I am doing a little bit of hide and seek because I'm kind of beat up. But I can still shoot down missiles from here because they're all right on the other side of this ridge.
Target acquired.
It's the little things in my life.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Heat sink destroyed. New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Center torso critical damage. Right torso destroyed.
Jaws of defeat are closing in around us.
I mean, at that point, I may as well just die. Because, again, this is another match where we're just getting our booties
Strike
kicked.
online.
Because my teams can't seem to get it together today. I'm not supposed to be doing much damage, not in my role, but what are you going to do? 0 killing blows, 2 kill assists, 254 done, 353 taken, 669 missiles destroyed. Again, I'm doing what I can. Yes, I will rest in pieces inside of my mech as it exploded. Exploded! Alright, let's get back to our read, shall we? Kathy pointed to the apple-cheeked woman who completed the trio. This is Ann Thompson. She, Deirdre, and I started at Ren Seed at the same time. A pleasure. Noble shook her hand. Noble has offered to help us, Kathy said, touching his shoulder lightly. He shrugged agreeably. Many hands make short work. Happy for the help, Rick said heartily. We'll load the trailer, then ship it off to St. Ives. After that, we were thinking of getting dinner. Like to join us? Yes, do, Kathy added. Well, let's see if you still want me when we're done. You'll want to see whether I pull my own weight, right? Carol patted her husband's back. As the person who would have been massaging the back of someone who would claim for himself all the heavy lifting jobs. You're very welcome here and at dinner. Thanks. Noah held the keys up. Let's go. The sooner we start, the sooner we're done. Kathy smiled at him. That will give us more time to get to know you over dinner. Ah, even more incentive to get started. Noble ushered them all toward the basement door. I'll have to send a message of thanks to your daughter.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapon.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Structure is my heat sink. How's my audio quality?
Sounds fine to me.
Oh, good. It's a new microphone. If I'm too quiet or whatever, let me know.
Or it could sound fine to me. To me.
Delta 5.
Target spotted.
Target spotted.
We got harassers on Bravo 2, Bravo 3.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
We got multiple over in Bravo 3. They're coming off. Flank.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
They're on the left-hand flank. I'm sorry, I can't. It's my first language. You've got a frickin' charger and other things coming around behind us.
New target acquired.
Spotted.
Not many missiles flying at the moment.
Target spotted.
I'll go around the other side. Bushwhacker.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
Get out of there, Bushwhacker.
Need assistance. Sorry. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
That marauder is not long for this world.
UAV activated.
Yeah, good man.
Target spot. Target
Take
spotted.
that guy.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target
Careful,
spotted.
careful, Kitbox.
All right, the assaults are back at Charlie 3. Let's kill these kids and turn around.
Target spotted.
Enemy base is being
Target
captured.
spotted. Target spotted.
Let's go kill him.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Guys got to coordinate.
Warning, incoming missile. New target acquired.
Move on India, I guess.
Left torso destroyed. Right torso critical damage. Heat level critical.
Well, these matches are not going well for me so far today.
Heat level critical. Warning, incoming missile. Left torso critical damage.
Owie. Am I going to have to switch to something that does damage? All right, let's swap over to... Yeah, so I'm having weird issues with my microphone playing with MechWarrior Online. For some reason, when I'm dropping into matches, it's like I have to reset my entire Focusrite system to get it to connect again. It's really weird. I don't know what's doing it. I should be fine now, but it may go down again. It's again, I can't. It doesn't make any sense to me why it does what it does. But what are you gonna do? I wish I could figure it out, is what I wish I could do. Okay, let's see. What was I doing? Oh, yes. Let's go over to Project New Hope and talk about Project New Hope. Let's put the caregiver retreats away. And let's watch the video. I play this video every other time, so if you've seen it before, I apologize, but you get to see it again. That's not the right thing. Video. There we go.
Why do I think it's important to spread the word about Project New Hope to other veterans is because these programs like this are not many out there, and for military members, we don't really get exposed to this.
Project New Hope, with all their impact, has helped me out emotionally on bringing me out of a shell. Like I always felt I was the only one out there with issues or problems. And when I got involved with these guys, this organization, to find out that I'm not the only one out there. There's a lot of us.
Project New Hope has helped me immensely. I actually didn't start there as a volunteer. I actually started there as somebody who they reached out to help support me in my times of need. And by them doing that and continuing to do that throughout the years, it's given me the immense pleasure and honor to continue to help them to get back to the veterans any way I can.
Project New Hope helped me feel connected is because I felt so disconnected. I call it a psychological mind trip where you think you're all alone, but there's great people in the community that are reaching out to veterans, make them feel welcome, and to prove that they feel welcome, not just by words, but by actions.
I think it's really important for local organizations to support our veterans and military affiliated first responders. We owe these people our debt of gratitude.
Well, we support the Veterans Run. We've been doing it for 11 years now. Project New Hope does a lot for returning veterans and to help their mental state and food and everything else that's on their plate. And we're happy to do this bike run every year and hopefully raise enough money for to keep Project New Hope and Bill going forever.
We walked in there, it's a bunch of community. We have veterans in there that seem like they come here for specific togetherness, connectedness, and just to feel part of something, and we're happy to help support that.
What I love about being involved with Project New Hope, and especially with doing the Cortina method, the best part about it is watching the veterans come in on day one and just seeing the heaviness of what they've been carrying forever. And the heaviness is so palpable. And when they leave, they're light and uplifted and so energized. And that just warms my heart. It's the best thing I've ever been involved in.
This program has helped me tremendously with the food bill. So this program has been a godsend.
Well, the support that we've received is, it's Christmas time. They did the Christmas gifts for our grandkids. The food pantry has been a lifesaver, and it's just been a help. And everybody there has been so helpful and so friendly and so supportive.
It just helped you out 100%. Can't wait until Tuesday comes to get to the coffee hour.
Project New Hope gave me the resources and help me weather through the storms when times were tough. And it's always been a part of my life and supportive. And I cannot say how blessed I am being a part of this program.
All right, so that is a little bit more about Project New Hope. Of course, if you'd like to donate to Project New Hope, you can do it right through the QR code on your screens, or you can go to projectnewhopema.org, click on their donate button, and give them a donation.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile.
Not at me, it's not.
Acquired.
Not well, at least.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Yay, we're all evened up.
We need support, guys. Echo 4, Echo 4, Echo 3.
And I wonder, all I wonder, wonder, is this the way life's meant to be?
New target acquired. Target acquired.
Target spotted.
As I wander around this wreck of a town, where people never speak aloud, with its ivory towers and its plastic flowers, I wish I was back in 1981.
Base is being
Be
captured.
careful, guys.
Just to see your face instead of his face.
Target destroyed.
Now I know what you mean to me.
Base is
And
being
I
captured.
wonder, well, I wonder,
Base
is this the way life's meant to
Base
be?
25% captured.
It looks like.
Base is being captured. Base 50% captured.
Oh, game over.
We got like 2 lights here, so hurry the fuck up.
Base 75% captured.
We got 3 lights
Base
here.
is being captured.
Take a strike.
Wow.
Base
Take a strike and
90% captured.
Fuck.
Game over.
Clearly, their team went and sat on the base. I mean, what are you gonna do?
I don't know, there's fucking 3 lights here.
And I go fucking 100
What the fuck are
kph.
we
How about you
gonna
worry
fucking do?
about
We got 3
you?
fucking lights here. Holy fucking shit, what the fuck are we gonna fucking do? Oh.
Ah, Salt Warrior Online. Doesn't matter the time of day. Shut the fuck up. Ah, you gotta love these people. Wants to bitch, whine, and complain when the 3 lights were clearly headed back to the base and weren't gonna make it there anywhere near what they were doing. I go 100 kph. Mediums and assaults go as fast as I do. I don't know. People annoy me. Whiny people. All right, let's get back to reading, shall we? Chapter 8. Soldiers in peace are like chimneys in summer. Lord Burghley, advice to his son. Tamar, Wolf Clan Occupation Zone. 21 June, 3057. Felon sat back and rubbed his hands over his face. His eyes felt like burning coals set into their sockets, and his head like someone was pounding on the inside of his skull to get out. These charges are all groundless, but the indictment has been worded in such a way that it does appear like treason. Though he'd really been talking to himself, Rana leaned heavily against the doorway into their bedroom. She yawned, tugged up at where her nightshirt had slipped off one shoulder, then smiled sleepy at him. Felon, you would do better going over that material when you are rested. You're probably right, but I want to know what they're going to bring against Ulrich. I'm not too tired for that. Shaking her head, she clucked at him. You are fatigued enough to be using contractions, my love. That is your grandmother's influence, Rana. Maybe so, but we have both just returned from 10 days in the field where Natasha's unit had us running around in circles. I am exhausted, and all I did was command a cluster. You had the whole galaxy to worry about. You must be dead. I'd be dead. Sorry, I would be dead if I let your grandmother take the city. Losing the industrial zone to her was bad enough. Felon went from the table to take a seat in the living area. Stretching his legs out, he sighed. I much prefer real combat to the war we will have to wage in the clan council. I gather the people who were behind the charges would prefer real combat to mock combats we have been waging. Felon's head came up quickly. How much do you know about the investigation and the indictment? Vlad asked me to help him with the investigation. He what? Felon's jaw dropped open. He did that to get at me. Rena shook her head, then combed her fingers through her short white hair. No, he may hate you and you him, but the reason he asked is because we were raised in the same Sibco. Growing up together in the same batch of babies doesn't mean you'd support him in this, does it? No, Felon. I love you too much to be party to this charge of treason. But you didn't tell me he'd asked you to participate. Back to MechWarrior Online.
Reactor online.
And there we go.
Sensors
Lost the audio.
online.
Get to the target.
Override engaged.
Cut down any enemies that get in the way.
I wonder if it's the Kindle that's
No,
doing
what
it.
if, by chance, underwrite is engaged?
Then you get to buy a home?
Oh, I get a house? Fuck yeah!
Alright, so I am going to try doing a thing.
Many enemies on Delta 2 and Delta 3.
So let's stop moving away from them and move towards some encounter.
Acquired.
Yep.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
UAV
New
Delta 3.
target acquired. Warning incoming missile. UAV activated. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Need assistance.
And I'll just stand here shooting things down.
New target acquired.
Yay, my team is getting their ass kicked
New
again.
target acquired. New target acquired. Left torso destroyed. Left arm destroyed. Right torso critical damage.
And it's a patch
New
week.
target acquired.
Can you tell? The 0 to 8? So I'm trying to track down where the source of my audio problems is coming from. I don't think it's the Kindle, but it could be.
Target acquired.
And if that's the case, thanks, Lord Drinkwater. I appreciate it. It's patch week. And so I want to see if the audio has an issue if the Kindle is closed. So I've closed the Kindle for the moment. I'm just hoping I can track down what the source of my audio issues is. Is it MechWarrior Online? I don't think so, because I played the game and I don't normally have issues. Melda was clearly having no issues before I switched to MechWarrior Online.
New target acquired. Fuel at 25%.
Your efforts here have been seriously disappointing. The enemy is victorious.
They can take our life, but they never can take our freedom!
It's patch week. So I wonder, can I get to my things another way? So let's... Nope, that was a fast drop. Let's see, if I go... Where am I thinking of? I want to go to Calibri. That's what it is. Calibri, ebook management. We can update later. And now I need to find where the heck I put the actual book. So let's go search. We'll go search for it. I'm going to try read it in something other than Kindle and see what happens. See if it is Kindle that is doing it. We'll find out soon. After these messages, we'll be right back. Doo-doo-doo. Let's not find it there at the moment. Let's try back here.
Online. Sensors.
And I didn't lose my sound this time around.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
All
Well, this is going to be a long-range battle.
How much long range do we got?
For this map, never enough.
No, that's what I'm saying. How many of you are long range? How many of you are brawl?
More of a mid-range with quad Thunderbolt 15.
Okay, so brawly type should probably move towards Delta 4, Delta 5. Long range should be setting up around the base. Hold locks if you can. Never mind, that'll be only negative.
I'm pretty sure you just told everyone in NASCAR, right?
No. Told the brawlers to go to Delta 4, Delta 5 to push over.
I heard go to Alpha 1 for a beer.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Charlie's in the open.
My Charlie was in the trees.
Charlie's in the
Target
drink.
destroyed.
Charlie's in the dead.
You came to the wrong neighborhood, motherfucker.
I feel for the guy who just got one shot.
Target acquired.
These arrows, they're just too powerful.
Yeah, a nerf is coming, I'm pretty sure.
Target spotted.
Not according to PGI. So I'm just gonna abuse them till they nerf it.
New target acquired.
I'm gonna force the nerf.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
It's made AMS popular again.
Let's get up with that fast.
Oh, AMS doesn't do shit against these things.
Take it easy, partner. Jesus Christ.
New target acquired. Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh my god, incoming! Oh, we're so dead. Delta 6.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed. Critical.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Keep that Cyclops locked.
It's 2-4.
New target acquired. Warning, incoming missile. Right torso, critical damage.
CT on Bravo.
AMS ammo destroyed. New target acquired. New target acquired. Enemy base is being captured. UAV activated. Target destroyed. New target acquired. New target
Here they
acquired.
come. Good job.
Acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Kilo
That
6,
was
what's up?
targeted.
Target destroyed.
3 left.
Target acquired. Right arm destroyed. AMS ammo destroyed. BPC destroyed. AMS ammo destroyed. Override shutdown. New target.
Hey, look, I'm gonna win a match, everyone!
We might win this one.
Holy crap.
Yeah, these things
Now,
go
I
70,
am
100
an expert at
meters.
snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Oh, he ran out of bounds.
I still got the KMDD on.
There we go. 2 killing blows, 5 kill assists, 1 solo, 1 KMDD,
Yeah,
355 done.
by a lot. I was across the map doing this. This is freaking great.
184. All right, let's switch to something a little bit more damagey. Where the hell is Bread for War? It's got to exist somewhere because it's on my Kindle. All right, I have to open back up the Kindle. Let me go see if I can find it. Let me see if that kills my sound for a second. Well, in the meantime, let's go talk Project New Hope for a minute, shall we? So let me bring up Project New Hope, and we'll talk about the Women's Veteran Retreat. So again, Project New Hope is all about, let's see if I can see where this is actually from. Yeah, Bread for War, BREDFORWAR. Why can't it find it? Project New Hope is a place where veterans can rebuild with honor, and they, a big part of doing that is through the veterans retreats for men, women, caregivers. Those are the 3 that are coming around this year. But great places to be able to find or to have veterans be able to really be able to ideally heal themselves from what they have gone through. And so definitely something that if it's something that you need, it is always 100% free for veterans, which is nice. Always good. And the donations that come in through, through all of the things that we do here are what help us to do those things. So if you have not looked into it, you can check out more at projectnewhopema.org or log in, or if you want to be able to donate to them, you can do that through their website, or you can always scan the QR code that I have up on the screen right now and be able to get out there and donate as well. Help them to do what they do in their mission for good. All right, let's get back over here. We're searching for a match now. I'm trying to see if I can figure out where the heck these documents are, because I don't remember where to track them down. Because I want to try opening it on something else. See if that helps. I figure it can't hurt, right? That's my story. Oh, that's my story. I ain't got a witness, and you know I can't prove it. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Da 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 ba ba da. That's not where I want. Options. See if I can see where I am. All right. OneDrive, Documents, My Kindle Content. Okay. So let's go see if I can find out where that is. Let's see if this. Nope, that's not the right one. Ah, where did Mech Warrior go? I've lost you, Mech Warrior. See if I can figure out where these things were so that way I can try opening it with another device, because I'm not having any issues, it seems, when I'm on anything other than
Target spotted.
going to my Kindle, which is weird. I don't know why the Kindle would be causing issues.
Target acquired.
We have data.
Artillery strike.
I mean, the Kindle shouldn't even have anything to do with audio.
The enemy has captured Epsilon.
So why would it be messing with my audio? These are the things that I don't understand.
Target spotted.
And I remember now I got these books through a Humble Bundle. I think I downloaded straight to my Kindle through my Kindle's email address. Which means I need to go and see if I can figure out how to get those separately.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Artillery strike activated.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Controlled by the enemy.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
At 25%. Target destroyed.
They are a quarter of the way there. Do not let them push ahead. A good start. Keep holding the resource points, warriors.
Target spotted.
We got something small that's running around capping all the points.
Assistance.
Target acquired. New target acquired. Fuel at 0%.
Only when we get dizzy.
Target spotted.
Our foes are halfway to victory.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Resource point Epsilon
Target
is
spotted.
ours.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Do-do-do.
We have
Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da.
New target acquired.
Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da.
New target acquired.
Getting a little bit closer. Come a little bit closer, you're my kind of mech. So big and so strong. Come a little bit closer. I'm all alone and my mech is so long.
Defeat is upon us. Do not bring
Their
shame
feet
upon
are
us.
upon us.
New target acquired.
Helpful if I could frickin' hit anything.
Lost ammo at 25%.
Target spotted.
Finally, these mech jocks are giving the fans something
New
to
target
cheer about.
acquired.
Target spotted.
We have taken Sigma.
Can happen. Target spotted. Need assistance.
New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted.
Seven. I mean, it's a close match.
Gamma
New
is
target
there.
acquired.
We've collected 75% of the resources. Keep holding on.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Kappa is under control.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. Fuel at 25%. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
The enemy has resource point data.
I don't think they can catch it at this point anyway. And that was it. We win. Not how we normally want to win one of these battles, but what are you gonna do? 1 killing blow, 7 kill assists, 614 done, 250 taken with arrows up. Alright. Alright, let me... So that wasn't it either. How about this? Bread for War. Okay. Found it. Let's see, where was I at? Okay, let me get launched out here again. Okay, so we're past chapter 4. It was what, chapter 7 we were in? That sounds right. Nope. We're past chapter 7. Chapter 8? There we go. Okay. Got my stuff back up. Let's switch over. Oh, not wrong one. Let's close out the Kindle. We're going to do that. We're going to add a I think we call it a game capture. That's not what we wanted to capture. There we go. Now let's see what happens if that will work for things coming across and having sound without having issues. If so, then it's definitely my Kindle that's causing the issues.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
I feel like we just did this exact match. And after this, we'll go talk about Project New Hope again. Again, we are doing a charity stream for Project New Hope today, so if you have any questions about it, please feel free to ask. If you care to make a donation, I am matching the first $200 that is donated. When it is donated through that QR code. So, if you would like to consider donating, just know that up to the first $200, it will get doubled.
Artillery strike online. Target acquired.
Okay, and we're attacking whatever that was on Theta now, so.
spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Ooh, Father Pill.
Need assistance.
Really, Direwolf, you're just gonna sit back there up on the top? That seems like a silly thing to do.
UAV.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Resource point Epsilon is ours. They are a quarter of the way there. Do not let them push ahead.
Target spotted. 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 Target spotted.
Oops. I moved my trigger too soon.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Is under control.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Our foes are halfway to victory.
Target spotted.
A good start. Keep holding the resource points, warriors.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
This is more like it. The sparks are flying.
Capture points, guys.
The enemy has captured Epsilon.
I mean, it's 10 to 1.
Delta 5.
Unless something goes wildly awry, we've got this.
We have data.
Target spotted.
We have taken Sigma.
Target spotted.
I just realized I think that should be / at Sir Arminius.
Defeat is upon us.
Their feet are upon us. 'Tis not going to be an issue, I thinks.
Resource point Epsilon is ours.
And Psycho Veta is over there fighting whatever it is. So they must be over by Kappa, yes.
Kappa.
Affirmative.
we're halfway there. Whoa, lemon on a square. Lemon on a pear. Take my hands. We'll make it, I swear.
Target spotted.
Kaboom!
Victory is ours.
Well played, everyone. Well played. Truly good show. Two killing blows, 4 kill assists, 319 done, 86 taken, with arrows up. But again, very one-sided. All right, all right. Let's try this. It was an investigation initiated by the lore master. Even though I knew the charges were spurious, I could not tell you about it. Ran across to where Felon was sprawled out, then sat down when he pulled his feet away to make room. The issues at stake deserve to be discussed, but perhaps they have chosen the wrong method for addressing them. Felon smiled at her as she rested her arms on his drawn-up knees. You're saying you think the treason charges have merit? She shook her head. No, but the question about the truce and the difficulty of advancement within the clan warrant attention. I am not certain I understand. Interlacing her fingers, Rana rested her chin on her hands. Take me, for example, she began. Where did it go? After 10 days in the field, I'd like to take you for a lot more than an example. You had your chance before you started reading through the legal briefs the Ilkhan had delivered in your absence, or in our absence. Touché. Indeed. She smiled at him, then focused a frown on her face. This is serious, Felon. I turned 29 a month and a half ago. I am a star colonel, which is an excellent position, considering the fact that I have no blood name. Without one, I can go no further, and if I do not earn one in the next 5 years, the chances of my ever getting one drop off precipitously, as do my chances of maintaining my rank. Felon nodded. Unspoken was the fact that if Rana did not earn a blood name, the chances of her genes ever becoming part of the clan genetic program were next to nil. Felon had chosen to withhold his own DNA against the day Rana's was eligible for breeding, but that was an option he had as a clan con. House Kerensky was known as ultra-conservative in deciding which of its blood to breed, and Rana had yet to make the list. Felon reached out and stroked her smooth cheek with the back of his hand. Do you think unseating Ulrich and redoing the war will let you progress? No, Felon, I do not. But that is not the point. Clan Wolf has many warriors who have proved their worth in the invasion, but who cannot move up because war is no longer killing off the older warriors or forcing them to retire. Of all the clans, only the Wolves did well on Tukayid, but it has hobbled our young. They see themselves as part of the Wolf clan and revel in its glory, but they do not believe they will ever be allowed to add to or increase that glory. Thus speaks the gospel according to Vlad. Rena reached over and gave Felon's shoulders a shake. If you focus on him as the core of the problem, you will miss the larger issue. We clans are a warrior people. We have been breeding warriors for 3 centuries for the express purpose of becoming the most efficient fighting force ever created. The Wardens held sway for a long time because they promised we would one day fulfill our destiny of defending the Inner Sphere against some external threat. When that threat did not materialize, the Crusaders won the day, and the invasion was begun to conquer the Inner Sphere.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Zulu button engaged.
Good luck, everybody. Please shoot the red ones first.
Remember, shoot the red ones, followed by the blue ones, then the green ones.
If you can get 23 kills out of this, you deserve an achievement and a legendary mech.
Actually, it'll be 24 because I will overheat with the last shot.
I can honestly say I've only ever played 2 games where it ended up with all 24 people dead.
Yeah, me too. I've had it end up in a tie, and I won one of them somehow.
Yeah, on one of basically it was almost both times I think it happened for me was one person had missiles, one had lasers, and both their shots landed. Like the laser just killed the missile guy, and the missiles killed the laser guy, and it all depended on what hit basically first. And one match we won, one match the other guys won. 24 dead.
See, that's what everybody in that match should have gotten an achievement for.
Their lights are Fox 5, Fox 6. Be careful. They've got multiple other mechs moving over that direction.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Yeah, it's all left, off the 5 side.
Target spotted.
Oh, I got 2 bigs coming up. Coming up Echo 5.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, you got a couple of heavies. By heavies, I mean assault. Sorry.
Yeah, they're
New
fast.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
Hey, somebody's learning us from Charlie 8.
They've also got ECM. I can't target those guys.
Strike online.
Cyclops is something else. Delta 5, Echo 5, line high.
Did he say from Charlie 8?
Correction. Full lands. Heavies and assaults. The big guys are up here.
The air button, boys and girls.
Just do an RD strike on Delta 5 high. There's 4 around that corner.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Artillery strike online.
Punchback is LRM.
I'm gonna cut him off, Belt 6. You wanna circle back into him?
Yeah, I'm trying to get them drawn back to you. Up there.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. At 25%.
CT on Delta.
Target spotted.
Still 2 of them back there. Including the LRM guy. 3 of them back there. 1 on the right, 2 straight ahead. LRM guys forward. Both dropped.
Man, that's love, brother. Turn around, get up top.
Well, this was a quick, just slaughter.
Their lights have got to be coming at us from a different direction. Where they at? We got a UAV in Fox 5, but...
Hey, good looking out, Plantier and Locos.
There's one.
Target acquired.
Mad Dog. Dual UAC 10s. That's
New target acquired. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted.
I was actually expecting the dual Arrow 4 version.
Mad Dog's a terrible ballistic mech. It's too squishy.
Target destroyed.
Yeah, it doesn't have the armor to
Yeah.
face tank. That's why that's why they originally made it into a missile mech.
Oh man, it's a good missile dog. Is great support, man.
Yeah.
Run behind the lights, man. It chews you.
Any last one? Any sightings?
At 25%.
No, and I forgot what
Nope.
side we dropped on.
I did too. I'm going to look back here in Echo 9 Fox 9 to see if I see anything. But yeah, I totally don't remember where the heck we started. If you get shot, please yell out.
Everybody go to Alpha 1. We'll get a beer.
Thanks.
Beer. Scotch. Dude, I want scotch for the win. The good stuff, too. Alright, my boy, Echo 4.
Found him. He's an Echo 4. Yeah, he was entirely fresh. I don't know where he was, but
I was expecting like a stealth raven, not a direwolf.
he was at 100% when he came around the corner. My guess is that he just wasn't at his screen.
He's pushing Echo 5 letters.
Yeah, he was,
And I had zero chance of surviving against that.
Ah, he got me. I don't know from where. Oh, he's Echo 4. Low.
I was on Polar one time, and there were only 4 of us left, and we were all beat to heck. There was only 1 of them left, and then we realized it was an absolutely fresh Mad Cat 2 ballistic mech. Dude tore through us like tissue paper.
Yeah, that ain't right.
Where is he?
Delta 4 to the left. Plan here. The left.
Gotcha.
The left.
I figured he couldn't run too far.
Now he shot me from the left side. Raw. Delta 4 side.
Not bad.
Yeah, it was just my bad luck that I walked in on him. I was expecting to be at like a stealth light or something running around. I was not expecting that 100% fresh direwolf. All right, let's go back and talk Project New Hope for a minute. While I launch us out, we'll pull up and let's hide these away. Hide them away. Hide it away.
Why do I think it's important to spread the word about Project New Hope to other veterans is because these programs like this are not many out there, and for military members, we don't really get exposed to this.
Project New Hope, with all their impact, has helped me out emotionally on bringing me out of a shell. Like I always felt I was the only one out there with issues or problems. And when I got involved with these guys, this organization, to find out that I'm not the only one out there. There's a lot of us.
Project New Hope has helped me immensely. I actually didn't start there as a volunteer. I actually started there as somebody who they reached out to help support me in my times of need. And by them doing that and continuing to do that throughout the years, it's given me the immense pleasure and honor to continue to help them to give back to the veterans any way I can.
Project New Hope helped me feel connected is because I felt so disconnected. I call it a psychological mind trip where you think you're all alone, but there's great people in the community that are reaching out to veterans, make them feel welcome, and to prove that they feel welcome, not just by words, but by actions.
I think it's really important for local organizations to support our veterans and military affiliated first responders. We owe these people our debt of gratitude.
Well, we support the Veterans Run. We've been doing it for 11 years now. Project New Hope does a lot for returning veterans and to help their mental state and food and everything else that's on their plate. And we're happy to do this bike run every year and hopefully raise enough money for to keep Project New Hope and Bill going forever.
We walked in there, it's a bunch of community. We have veterans in there that seem like they come here for specific togetherness, connectedness, and just to feel part of something, and we're happy to help support that.
What I love about being involved with Project New Hope, and especially with doing the Cortina method, the best part about it is watching the veterans come in on day one and just seeing the heaviness of what they've been carrying forever. And the heaviness is so palpable. And when they leave, they're light and uplifted and so energized, and that just warms my heart. It's the best thing I've ever been involved in.
This program has helped me tremendously with the food bill, so this program has been a godsend.
Well, the support that we've received is, it's Christmas time. They did the Christmas gifts for our grandkids. The food pantry has been a lifesaver, and it's just been a help, and everybody there has been so helpful and so friendly and so supportive.
It just helped you out 100%. Can't wait until Tuesday comes to get to the coffee hour.
Project New Hope gave me the resources and help me weather through the storms when times were tough. And it's always been a part of my life and supportive. And I cannot say how blessed I am being a part of this program.
All right, back to the game with us.
Target spotted.
That is a little bit about Project New Hope, but
Target spotted. Target spotted. Need assistance. Affirmative. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
At 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Artillery strike activated.
Let it go! Let it go!
Forces at 75.
Target spotted.
Target acquired. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
Acquired. Fuel at 25%. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
I was hoping to kill him for some revenge for last match, but oh well.
New target acquired. Target acquired.
This is more like it. The sparks are flying.
Target acquired. At 25%. Fuel at 0%.
3 light PPC Spider.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Run around the Delta line.
Target spotted.
Target acquired. Fuel at 25%.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Well, all right then. 12-2. Two killing blows, 5 kill assists, 1 KMTD, 413 done, 170 taken with arrows up. When you have a people bred for war, how can you expect them to adapt easily to peace? Our whole social structure was designed to permit advancement through combat. We're not even allowed to reproduce unless we have proven that our genetic material will also advance the whole breeding program. To hold to such a social organization while simultaneously denying combat to 3 generations of warriors is guaranteed to produce the pressure from below we are now seeing. But we have warfare. We carry out raids against the other clans. Was it not that way before the invasion, back on the clan homeworlds? Those are but simulator battles after taking part in the real thing. Rena's blue eyes sparked with excitement. Against the Inner Sphere and Comstar, we held back nothing, neither asking nor giving quarter. We were tested to our utmost and proved ourselves and our war machines better than those of the Inner Sphere. Not always. No, not always. We So let's see. My Focusrite was still supposedly registering the audio, but that tells me wasn't the Kindle that was causing the issues. So it's got to be MechWarrior Online talking with Meld.
Online. Sensors
Hello, team.
online. Weapons online. All systems now.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Dude, you timed that completely perfectly.
I know, I do this all the time. Go to the left or go to the right?
Let's go to the left. Delta 2, Delta 3. Get Overwatch over where Theta would be.
Target acquired.
Charge. They got a mech moving Delta 2 right now.
Roger that.
I want to say it was a Phoenix Hawk, but I couldn't tell and couldn't target.
Roger. Enemy UAV up, Echo 2.
Enemy UAV down.
Much obliged.
I hate using Gauss rounds for UAVs, but hey, you do what you have to do.
Something down in the river in Delta 2.
Yeah, I got a couple of Charlie 3-ish.
Down by the river.
Bravo, Evan Jag, Charlie 3.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target.
It was
acquired.
the Phoenix Hawk that you saw before. He's now back in Charlie 2. Got multiple
Thank you.
team.
At 25%.
Echo and Delta and Theta, Charlie 3, Charlie 4.
Need assistance. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Let's see if I get to shoot anything today.
New target.
It's consolidated
acquired.
back at the Theta point.
Need assistance.
ECM behind us, Echo 3. Pushing on Bravo, Evan Jag. Ooh, Alpha King Crab.
Target spotted.
Acquired.
Yep.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Need assistance. Target spotted. Affirmative.
Artillery strike activated.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
Light port.
Lots of assaults pushing in behind where we came from.
Yeah, they were Echo 3.
Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted. Need assistance. Target
Fuel
spotted.
at 25%. Target acquired. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
At 25%. Fuel at 0%.
India's court.
New target
spotted.
acquired. At 25%. New target acquired. New target acquired. Fuel at 25%.
Target spotted.
Target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Target destroyed.
Ah, the left-handed push on this map.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Well, that's
Good
the
job,
way to
gang.
go out. You can't kill me. Only I can kill me. As it should be. Ugh. Got trail mix up here, but it's all melting. It definitely must have gotten too warm in my office. Put my hand into it and it just came out all chocolatey. Gotta love it. All right, so what else could it be? Why is there an audio issue? And this indictment is a ranging shot to get the Ilkhan to modify his views concerning the truce. That is how it seems to me, but you must remember that Vlad may be playing me one way because of our connections. His true motives, because of his sentiments towards you, may be far more dangerous. Felon nodded. I do take the treason charge, based on my elevation, rather personally. I can understand that. Renna stood and took Felon's hands in hers. And I think you will understand the charges and how to deal with them better after a good night's sleep. Felon let her tug him to his feet. Then he took her in his arms and kissed her pert nose. I would agree, but I think I am too keyed up to fall asleep immediately. Is that so, my Khan? She kissed him quickly on the lips, then slipped from his arms. Taking his right hand in her left, she led him toward their bedroom. I know of ways to relax you. And then I'll be able to sleep? I should think so, Renna said, reaching for the wall tab that would extinguish the lights. Eventually. Avalon City, New Avalon, Crucis March, Federated Commonwealth. Victor Davian did not hit the pause button on the HoloVid viewer's remote control until his intercom had buzzed at him a second, insistent time. Victor stared for a moment at the frozen image of Omi Kurita's face and smiled. This interruption better be worth it. His finger paused above the intercom button as he tried to imagine what could justify leaving Omi's message unfinished. Trying to blank, he keyed the intercom. Cranston here, Ines. I have the results of the polls you asked for. Bring them. Victor continued to study Omi's serene visage and replayed a sequence of the holovid in his mind. Her peaceful expression had not changed even as her monologue began to diverge from pleasant remembrances of her recent birthday and the gift conveyed to her by his ambassador. From there, she had carefully shifted the subject and relayed to him a message from his brother Peter. She seems to hear from him more than I do. She and Peter had apparently formed a solid bond of trust during Omi's visit to Solaris the previous year, and that made Victor very happy. Omi had been the one to tell him that his brother had traveled with her from Solaris to Zania. Once there, according to Omi, he had voluntarily entered St. Marinus' house, a religious retreat for warriors. That solved the mystery of where Peter had gone after vanishing from Solaris, and in getting the news from Omi, Victor trusted that he was learning all he really needed to know about the situation. What amazed him was how well Omi truly knew and understood him. She had told him where his brother was, then added that Peter wished information on his whereabouts to be restricted to Victor, Kay, and Omi. She added nothing by way of excuse or explanation to mollify an angry reaction from Victor. Because the news came from her in such a frank and open manner, it didn't anger him. Under any other circumstances, his reaction would have been very different. Peter had definitely defied him in leaving Solaris without permission. Victor should have been furious, but the fact that Peter had been aided and abetted by Omi changed everything. Had Peter been in danger, or had Peter posed a danger to him, Omi would have said as much in her message. That she did not meant she believed Peter was acting responsibly. Victor knew where his brother was and that he would be safe, so, as Omi's casualness indicated, there was no use in pursuing the matter. She knows me better than I know myself, this woman I have grown to love. Though they had met only 3 times and had never consummated their relationship, Victor could not imagine being more tightly bound to anyone. Even so, he knew that Theodore Kirita would never allow Omi to marry him. Theodore already had his hands full with the many nobles in the Draconis Combine who viewed his various reforms as serious breaks with tradition. For Theodore, to make peace with the Federated Commonwealth by marrying his daughter off to Victor could easily trigger a civil war. Traditionalists would battle reformers in a bloody conflict that would cripple the Combine's ability to fight the clans when the truce expired. If Victor had believed he had any chance of successfully winning Omi's hand, he'd have gone to Theodore Kirita long ago. Perhaps it was just as well that their union was impossible, for it would be equally troublesome to him here at home. Until recently, Victor might have expected the most potent threat to his realm to come from the Lord of the Draconis March. The people of those border worlds would have feared being awarded to the Combine as some sort of bride price. Victor was sure he could deal with them easily enough, but the new threat made theirs seem insignificant. Da 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 da.
Hello, hello.
Da, da, da.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Get to the target and capture it. Cut down any enemies that get in the way.
So I wonder if I'm ever going to be able to figure out what is causing my audio issues. They don't really make sense. I can't figure out why it does it. And it does it sporadically. Which means it's really hard to track down what the actual reason is.
At 25%.
I'm seeing nobody on the Delta line, which means it's probably a Fox push from them.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Foxfire, 3
At 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Sorry.
UAV above us.
Target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Thanks. Target spotted.
At 25%. Fuel at 0%. New target acquired. Artillery strike online.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
At 25%. New target acquired.
Need assistance. Need assistance.
Artillery strike online.
Need
At
assistance.
25%. Artillery strike online. Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Hot damn! That looked like a real blast!
Sorry. Need assistance.
Target acquired. Target destroyed. Artillery strike online. Left critical damage. Target acquired.
Really? Where the hell was that guy?
Acquired.
Warriors, you have taken the target. We are victorious in battle.
Woohoo! Ah, crap. Sorry, guys. I just realized I left that up there. My apologies. I don't know that I could say they went without honor. They seemed like they did pretty well. They were honorific, honortastic, honorable, honorable. All right, back over to talk about Project New Hope. Let me click buttons. So we've talked about the women's retreat. We've talked about the caregiver retreat. Now let's talk about the male veterans retreat. So this will be happening August 6th through 10th, 2026. A week of brotherhood, strength, and resilience. So again, the retreats offered by Project New Hope are 100% free for veterans. You can sign up at projectnewhopema.org/retreats. Get more information about it. Put your name in if you'd like to be able to attend. And any donations coming in, that's what helps the organization to do what it does when it comes to these retreats and everything else that it does. So definitely worth checking out. If you feel so inclined, a donation would be very much appreciated. I am matching all of the donations up to the first 200. So if you give $1, I give $1. And Project New Hope gets dollars. So it is definitely something about Meld and MechWarrior Online talking to each other.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
This is Clan Command. Get to the target and capture it. Cut down any enemies that get in the way.
So I'm going to have to see if I can figure out what it is that's doing it. There was clearly an update between...
25%. Do not let the enemy...
Or an update on one of them
Hey,
that
how
caused
do
it.
you unlock arms? I forget.
I want to say it's your left shift button, or you can go into the options and permanently unlock them.
Is it left shift button?
I think so, but I could be wildly wrong. I unlocked mine years ago and just leave them unlocked.
Target spotted.
Oh, have that kickbox come over here, please.
Yeah, I would say it's a left shift.
Target spotted.
Hey, somebody back me up with this kickbox. I got streaks for him, but I'm going to have to chase him just a little bit. I got another one up high behind us.
Spotted.
Artillery strike activated.
Need assistance.
I don't like to shoot legs, but I shoot what I can seize.
Target acquired.
Spotted. Need assistance. Target spotted.
See if I can get over to somewhere I can shoot them.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Out of bounds.
Ooh, I almost fell off.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. New target acquired.
And we've pretty well lost this already at this point.
Enemy forces are halfway there. The enemy is 75% of the way to victory. Shut them down.
damage.
Your efforts here have been seriously disappointing. The enemy is victorious.
Well, that's what people get for voting for this map. All right, let me try something. I mute everything else, so it doesn't try to go anywhere other than some tiny little bits of sound. No. Okay. All right, where was I going? Where was I going? If Victor had believed he had any chance... Oh, no, I've already done that one. Both halves of the Federated Commonwealth had long suffered from Combine predation. A thumb of FC worlds thrust up into the Combine, above the Terran corridor. Many of them seized only 30 years before in the Fourth Succession War. Because of the clan threat, large numbers of troops on either side of the Combine Commonwealth border had been rushed to the clan front, leaving the border world peoples nervous and defenseless. More important, those worlds had more in common with the Isle of Skye than with any other part of the Federated Commonwealth. Now that Catherine was exerting her influence in Skye, she also controlled those worlds. Should she have viewed Victor's marriage to Omi as a threat, or chose to use the threat as a way to alienate the people from him, she could split the Federated Commonwealth in half without firing a shot. Victor didn't think for a second that was what Catherine wanted. By conspiring with Ryan Steiner to murder their mother, Catherine had removed the next to last obstacle between her and becoming Archon Princess of the Federated Commonwealth. She was in a strong position because she had the Lyran half of the Commonwealth as a power base, but the threat of the clans meant she would always be dependent on the other half of the Commonwealth for firepower and defense. With 10 more years left in the truce, Victor had that much time to find hard evidence proving that Katrina had killed their mother, or to somehow rebuild the confidence of the Lyran people. No matter how difficult the latter, he imagined it would be easier to accomplish, but he could not abandon hope that his sister had made some crucial mistake in covering up her connection to Ryan and the assassination. Override engaged.
Yes. Yeah, we get moved.
Artillery strike online.
Sweet, 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 sweet. Yep, yep.
Target spotted.
Yeah.
Target acquired. New target acquired. Artillery strike online. Artillery strike activated.
They're doing so little damage from this range.
On the right point, right.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Oh, a surgical strike right there.
Target acquired. Center torso. Damage. Target destroyed. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
The enemy is 75% of the way to victory. Shut them down.
Target destroyed. Right torso destroyed. Right arm destroyed. Both sensors destroyed.
Have been seriously disappointing. The enemy is victorious.
Hey, look, arrows up. A weird match. Just a weird match. Try something. Do 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 do. Let's remove that altogether for now. Do 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 do. Project New Hope. Time to play the video.
Why do I think it's important to spread the word about Project New Hope to other veterans is because these programs like this are not many out there, and for military members, we don't really get exposed to this.
Project New Hope, with all their impact, has helped me out emotionally on bringing me out of a shell. Like I always felt I was the only one out there with issues or problems. And when I got involved with these guys, this organization, to find out that I'm not the only one out there. There's a lot of us.
Project New Hope has helped me immensely. I actually didn't start there as a volunteer. I actually started there as somebody who they reached out to help support me in my times of need. And by doing that and continuing to do that throughout the years, it's given me the immense pleasure and honor to continue to help them to get back to the veterans any way I can.
Project New Hope helped me feel connected is because I felt so disconnected. I call it a psychological mind trip where you think you're all alone, but there's great people in the community that are reaching out to veterans, make them feel welcome, and to prove that they feel welcome, not just by words, but by actions.
I think it's really important for local organizations to support our veterans and military affiliated first responders. We owe these people our debt of gratitude.
Well, we support the Veterans Run. We've been doing it for 11 years now. Project New Hope does a lot for returning veterans and to help their mental state and food and everything else that's on their plate. And we're happy to do this bike run every year and hopefully raise enough money for to keep Project New Hope and Bill going forever.
We walked in there, it's a bunch of community. We have veterans in there that seem like they come here for specific togetherness, connectedness, and just to feel part of something, and we're happy to help support that.
What I love about being involved with Project New Hope, and especially with doing the Cortina method, the best part about it is watching the veterans come in on day one and just seeing the heaviness of what they've been carrying forever. And the heaviness is so palpable. And when they leave, they're light and uplifted and so energized, and that just warms my heart. It's the best thing I've ever been involved in.
This program has helped me tremendously with the food bill, so this program has been a godsend.
Well, the support that we've received is, it's Christmas time. They did the Christmas gifts for our grandkids. The food pantry has been a lifesaver, and it's just been a help, and everybody there has been so helpful and so friendly and so supportive.
They just helped you out 100%. Can't wait until Tuesday comes to get to the coffee hour.
Project New Hope gave me the resources and help me weather through the storms when times were tough. And it's always been a part of my life and supportive. And I cannot say how blessed I am being a part of this program.
All right, back to our match.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target acquired. Artillery strike online.
Haha, they missed me. Now they got...
Target spotted.
Hopefully that fixed that. I don't know what happened.
Target spotted.
All right, hopefully we are back online, everybody. Lost it there for a second.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
The browser crashed.
Target spotted.
And now my camera is wonky.
At 25%. New target acquired.
It's just one of those days.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Need assistance.
I can't help you, brother.
Let it go! Let
New
it
target
go!
acquired.
Delta
New
Mad
target
Dog.
acquired.
Target spotted. Assistance. Target spotted.
At 25%.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Well, he can't be feeling too good.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Kaboom! Ha ha!
Remember, there's no such thing as a kill steal. There's just a kill achieved.
Guys, we need help at up over here.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
These mech warriors are ready to slug it out for mech supremacy.
New target acquired.
That bullet shark ain't feeling too good. In fact, he's feeling downright absent. All right, let me make sure everything showed back up the way it was supposed to.
Those arrows do a shitload of damage.
That's all working. Well, arrows up. I'll take arrows up. I like arrows up. Arrows up make me happy. And if it makes you happy, it can't be that bad. If it makes you happy, then why the hell are you so sad? All right, those are all working. Now let's exit out. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum da 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 da. Woohoo! The lobby was destroyed. I didn't know I was in a lobby. Oh, so that's just showing us that it ended, so we'll just let that be ended. What time is it? It was probably going to end here in a second anyway. But everything else appears to be working. appears. Although, did my virtual camera turn off? It did. Let's turn that back on for you people over in TikTok. Don't know why it decided to end. Some days I should have just stood in bed. And it appears... Well, I'll find out in a minute if I lost sound. Hopefully not. We will find out. Yay. My mic is still working at least. WIC. Want ice cream. Remember, guys, we are raising money for Project New Hope, so if you care to make a donation, we would love to have it.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Audio was working, so
Weapons
yay.
online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Alt F4. Eject.
But that makes me Sir Arminius has disconnected.
Ultra high ping. Maybe if you do Alt F4, you eject out the ass of your mech.
That would make me laugh.
Looks like we might have an assassin narker on our side, so.
I'm so sorry.
Thanks.
That was a very...
We got a spider running around Delta 7, Echo 7 area, or PPCing at us.
Okay, so they're taking the wide route. Oh yeah, Spooter.
Well, it may just be him.
Target spotted.
Fox 7 is clear-ish. Charlie Fox 8 corner by Echo Fox 7.
New target acquired. Target acquired.
There's dirty larmers.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Artillery strike online.
Nuke them while you got 'em.
Dirty lermers.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Oh, you guys in Gamma A got some balls.
Artillery strike online.
Juliet's a straggler.
Artillery strike activated.
It's a collapse on Fox 8, guys.
New target acquired.
Are they literally running for it? Delta? Yeah, they're all Echo 7 low.
They're up top, Echo 6 as well. They're trying to push around behind us, this group that's down here.
New target acquired. Enemy base is being captured. Target destroyed. Enemy base is being captured.
Target spotted.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Kilo up top, hunchback.
Enemy base is being captured. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Need assistance.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
spotted.
acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted.
Center torso critical damage. Left torso critical damage. Wounded missile. Lost ammo at 25%. Airstrike online.
I just could not get that guy to go down. There we go. Somebody else got him. Excuse me.
Left torso critical damage.
Target spotted.
Left torso critical damage. target acquired.
There we go. The light spider is finally dead.
Target acquired.
And he has basically no chance left of doing anything. He's probably out of ammo.
Target destroyed.
Da da da. Da dum da da. Zero killing blows, 9 kill assists, 1 KMDD, 528 done. All right, let's see if this is working for me again. I wasn't getting any sound out of here for some reason. I think you guys were, but I wasn't. It's back.
Why do I think it's important to spread the word about Project New Hope to other veterans is because these programs like this are not many out there, and for military members, we don't really get exposed to this.
Project New Hope, with all their impact, has helped me out emotionally on bringing me out of a shell. Like I always felt I was the only one out there with issues or problems. And when I got involved with these guys, this organization, to find out that I'm not the only one out there. There's a lot of us.
Project New Hope has helped me immensely. I actually didn't start there as a volunteer. I actually started there as somebody who they reached out to help support me in my times of need. And by them doing that and continuing to do that throughout the years, it's given me the immense pleasure and honor to continue to help them to get back to the veterans any way I can.
Project New Hope helped me feel connected is because I felt so disconnected. I call it a psychological mind trip where you think you're all alone, but there's great people in the community that are reaching out to veterans, make them feel welcome, and to prove that they feel welcome, not just by words, but by actions.
I think it's really important for local organizations to support our veterans and military affiliated first responders. We owe these people our debt of gratitude.
Well, we support the Veterans Run. We've been doing it for 11 years now. Project New Hope does a lot for returning veterans and to help their mental state and food and everything else that's on their plate. And we're happy to do this bike run every year and hopefully raise enough money for to keep Project New Hope and Bill going forever.
We walked in there, it's a bunch of community. We have veterans in there that seem like they come here for specific togetherness, connectedness, and just to feel part of something, and we're happy to help support that.
What I love about being involved with Project New Hope, and especially with doing the Cortina method, the best part about it is watching the veterans come in on day one and just seeing the heaviness of what they've been carrying forever. And the heaviness is so palpable. And when they leave, they're light and uplifted and so energized, and that just warms my heart. It's the best thing I've ever been involved in.
This program has helped me tremendously with the food bill, so this program has been a godsend.
Well, the support that we've received is, it's Christmas time. They did the Christmas gifts for our grandkids. The food pantry has been a lifesaver, and it's just been a help, and everybody there has been so helpful and so friendly and so supportive.
It just helped you out 100%. Can't wait until Tuesday comes to get to the coffee hour.
Project New Hope gave me the resources and help to helped me weather through the storms when times were tough. And it's always been a part of my life and supported. And I cannot say how blessed I am being a part of this program.
Again, that's a little bit about Project New Hope and what it is that they do. If you are interested in donating to Project New Hope, you can do so. I put a link in some of the chats. You can scan the barcode on your screen, the QR code, or you can go right to projectnewhopema.org and click through on their donation banners. Back to MechWarrior Online. Ba-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-dun-da-da. Da-da-dun-da-da.
Online. Sensors online.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Let fast movers, including myself, cap the outskirts and the rest go for the center.
I'll see if I can get in there and get a quick cap on the center and run away.
Okay. Yeah, but main force should not split up. Not on this map. And we have a couple of fast movers to do the cap and recap aim. So, go together, guys. The map looks horrible already.
Artillery strike online.
We have data.
It's funny when Theta is the first point taken.
Yeah, I don't know where they're all hiding at, but they're not capping.
Yeah, they stay together and try to kill us quickly and then have enough time for the caps. I saw PPC fire from above.
Yeah, it didn't damage me, so it was out of range.
Piranha, shall we try? Ah, there we have customer.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
We have a missile mech, an archer, and a shadow cutter using Golf 3. Don't leave me alone.
Two assaults, Golf 7, pushing Theta.
Do we have a UAV? Still have a couple of flashes.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target.
Three assaults pushing Theta from Golf 7.
Target spotted.
The Thanatos.
Target spotted. Need assistance. Affirmative.
Don't run. We have three.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
I'm almost done. I'm almost toast.
Artillery strike online.
Leg on the shadow cat. Leg on the shadow cat.
Need assistance.
Shadow cat on the other leg. Almost done.
Acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Artillery strike.
The enemy has captured Epsilon.
jump in. Kill the last one. Come on, Piranha, kill it. In the middle mech.
Critical damage.
I mean, I'm taking also one shot.
Incoming missile.
Is he dead?
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Oh, you got him.
Incoming missile.
Affirmative.
Wow, good work. Good work.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Wow, they attacked my leg. I'm a freaking heavy mech. They attacked my leg.
At 25%. Target acquired.
LB5 dude and go 4.
New target acquired. Fuel at 25%.
I'm a one shot, so I will try to cap 1 or 2 more and quit the fight. I go for Gamma. You have to drag it out, guys. Play for time now. Just buy me time. I cannot fight anymore. I can cap it. Enemy on Theta. One's on Kappa.
Acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Good kill on Kappa dude.
Target spotted.
We've captured Gamma.
Target acquired.
Resource point Epsilon is ours.
Target spotted.
So we have to retake Sigma. Let's go for Sigma. I help with FC and then we go for Sigma.
New target acquired.
Oh, FC. Not good, not good.
There's 2 of them at Kappa.
Yeah, don't go towards them. Run away from them.
I'm legged.
sorry,
I'm not
I know.
moving. I'm not running anywhere.
I was Theta.
2 at Kappa.
How many at Theta?
Theta looked clear, but didn't get real good eyes on it.
Our foes are halfway to victory. Kappa has fallen.
FC should get FC. Quickest recap. Ah, that shit.
Fuel at 25%.
a surgical strike
I have
right
no help,
there.
that's the
Damn
problem.
nice shot.
Fuel at 25%.
Nothing I could do.
Gamma is theirs. Defeat is upon us. Do not bring shame upon yourself.
Good effort, guys. But I guess this is it.
Kappa is under control. Embarrassing defeat. Our foes have gathered enough resources.
What are you gonna do? I did 654. I can't complain about that, I guess. Well, I can complain, but what would be the point? What the? What happened to my? That's weird. It moved it back. Oh, because it's trying to full screen auto capture, so it's capturing itself. Dang thing. A gentle knock prefaced Galen's entrance and gave Victor time to turn off the holovid viewer. Looking up from his desk, he set the remote down and smiled at Galen. Well, Mr. Cranston, what have you got for me? The bearded man returned the smile. The scandalvid pieces about Joshua and his double have been very popular. The girl, Missy Cooper, has been given a modeling contract to tout clothes that look like designer fashions, but cost considerably less. The fact that she has a cousin who is also suffering from leukemia has made the whole saga even more poignant. Because the cousin has now been flown to Avalon City for treatment at the NAIS, both the trip and treatment at your personal expense, the polls show your approval rating rising nicely. Surveys indicate that people see you as more compassionate than they did 6 months ago. This is significant because of the reputation for cold-heartedness you picked up for missing your mother's funeral 2 years ago. Victor nodded. At the time, I thought Catherine had decided to proceed quickly with the funeral because the way my mother died made it difficult to have her lie in state. Now I wonder if Catherine scheduled the services so speedily to embarrass me.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged. Why are you not clicking things? I hate it when it does not click things like it is supposed to.
Override engaged.
The little things in my life. Yes, sir. No, sir. Jolly good, sir.
Target spotted. Need assistance.
Target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
I can see 2 max Delta 5 area.
Yes, quite. Chasing the warlord.
Artillery strike online. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Need assistance.
Artillery strike.
Why is everybody moving to Delta 3?
Need assistance.
There's like a few max heading towards Charlie 5.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
We need more max at Charlie 4, Bravo 3.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Acquired.
Target spotted.
At 25%. Fuel at 0%. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted.
Come on, fuel, refuel.
Artillery strike.
Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Well, that one was rough. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised by malice any time your sister is concerned. So, have we begun distribution of the scandal-vid material to the Lyran districts? Yes, Highness. We will saturate them over the next 2 weeks with packages including enough material for each local media conglomerate to edit together its own presentation. The exception is the Isle of Skye. They'll get the more precise and compact version that will also be released to the Free Worlds League, the Capellan Confederation, and the Draconis Combine. Good. Vader opened a desk drawer and pulled out a holovid disc. I recorded this message of condolence for Thomas Merrick. Please see to it that it gets to him at the highest Comstar priority. Galen nodded. Consider it done. Victor thought for a moment. What do you think are the chances of Thomas Merrick discovering our little deception? Now that his wife has died, he could ask for the return of Joshua to Atyrus, and our whole plan might unravel. We've had no such requests yet, and Sophina died a week ago. The funeral is scheduled for 2 weeks from now, which is not enough time to get Joshua there. I don't think it's something we need to be concerned about. Galen shook his head. I also don't think we need to worry about the League running any intelligence operation here. We're fairly certain SAFE has sleeper agents on New Avalon, but they don't have the resources to snatch Joshua and prove he isn't genuine. Our security at the NAIS is pretty tight, and we've also got a ready response team in place to stop any violence against the boy. Always have had one there just in case Sun Tzu decides it would be better if Isis inherited her father's power. Victor raised an eyebrow. Aren't you selling SAFE a bit short? And there we go.
Online.
Lost my
Sensors
sound.
Online. Weapons online.
It is definitely something with the... Override engaged. I'm going to try something else at some point. But that will have to be an after tonight's stream kind of a thing. Which I think when I get to the end of this chapter, we are probably going to call it. I would have loved to have seen more donations coming for Project New Hope, but I guess sometimes that's the way it is. Oh no, he hit me for pretty much no damage.
See one in Charlie 4.
Target spotted.
Artillery strike online.
Target spotted.
Bravo down low on our left.
Target spotted. Need assistance.
Target acquired.
Spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Artillery strike
Target
activated.
spotted.
India in the open.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Nice.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Need assistance. Target spotted.
Shadowhawk down low right in front of us.
At 0%.
Affirmative. Target spotted.
New target
spotted. Target spotted. Sorry. Target spotted.
New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired.
Two Aero mechs and Charlie 2 down low.
25%. New target acquired.
These
I'm
mech
blocking
warriors are ready to
catapult from
slug
Mark.
it out for mech supremacy.
Acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Sorry, that was
Target destroyed.
Well, all right then. Perhaps so, Galen said, but not as much as some other folks in the Intelligence Secretariat. Safe has reported, and Thomas believes, that the clans used nuclear weapons when the Smoke Jaguars destroyed the city of Edo on Turtle Bay in 35. They even seem to believe the planet is now a lifeless hulk. If they're that far off on events commonly acknowledged to be otherwise, I'm afraid they don't generate much concern among our people. It's hard to believe they're quite that backward, but that doesn't mean they can't get lucky. Make sure the hospital staff is given a security refresher, and don't let the people of the Secretariat get too complacent. Yes, sir. Galen shook his head. I think part of the problem is that Thomas, being such an idealist, believes spying is beneath him. As nearly as our people can determine, SAFE's budget hasn't grown much, especially since the formation of the Knights of the Inner Sphere. Our counterintelligence people have been asking for transfers to the Capellan Confederation desk so they can see some action. Victor sighed heavily. Well, see if you can stir them up a bit. We're using a double to buy us some time. Like most of my father's other plans, it's solid. We have to make it work to our best advantage. Let's do what we must to be sure we get all the time we paid for. It shall be done. Good. Victor picked up the remote control. Thanks for all that you're doing, Jerry. Learning to be a leader is difficult enough. Without your help, it would probably be impossible. Impossible just takes a little longer, sir. Victor Davian's face and expression were suddenly somber. A little longer may be far more than we've got. All right, guys, so this will be my last match of the evening. So, while we're waiting, let's go back over and look at Project New Hope. And let's bring up a little bit of information. As a reminder, if you'd like to donate, we have all sorts of ways for you to do so. Feel free to click buttons, scan QR codes, check the links that I put into chat a while ago. But let's see, let's go back to our caregiver retreat. That sounds good. So the caregiver retreat, it is a week of renewal, healing, and connection. Caring for a veteran or service member takes strength, patience, and love. But caregivers need care too. Join us for a transformative retreat designed to restore your body, mind, and spirit. What you'll gain: emotional and physical relief from caregiving stress, practical tools for self-care and resilience, a renewed sense of purpose and gratitude, lifelong connections with a community that understands. This will be done using the Cortina method, a groundbreaking neuroscience-based approach that resolves and dissolves emotional pain without reliving trauma. TCM replaces stress and sorrow with joy, gratitude, relief, and excitement, helping you move forward lighter and stronger. Again, if you want to find out any more information about Project New Hope, go to projectnewhopema.org. And if you'd like to make a donation, you can either do so on their website or you can scan one of the QR codes that I have up here and make a donation that way as well. And let's see, did I lose my mic? No, I didn't lose my mic. Yaha! Very good, sir. Very good. You know, we do like it when things turn out the way that we want them to be. They're just the way life's meant to be. As I wander around this wreck of a town, where people never speak aloud, with its ivory towers and its plastic flowers, I wish I was back in 1981. Just to see your face instead of this place. Now I know what you mean for me. And I wonder, oh, I wonder, is this the way life's meant to be?
Reactor online. Sensors
Last match of the evening, let's see what we can do.
online. All systems
Override engaged.
override engaged.
Your task is to wipe away all hostiles. Show no mercy.
Would you guys like to go to the left or to the right?
Usually left is good. They can...
I'd rather we hold. Let them come to us.
That is also an acceptable option.
I got AMS here, so...
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Very likely at pushing through Echo 3
New target
in the next
acquired.
minute or so. Yep.
So rather than continuing to move through Delta 5, guys, let's hold here and counter them when they come around.
Artillery strike online.
Okay.
Target spotted.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Artillery strike online.
Are they not using missiles? Oh, here we come.
I was say they are. They're just not using much you yet.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Out of bounds.
So, Echo 4, let's
New
keep
target
that.
acquired. Artillery strike activated.
Target spotted.
Bullshit, guys, please. Yeah, I got seismic in front of me in Echo 4, Fox 4. It's late in the evening, please.
Target spotted.
Dual heavy guns.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Nope. 3 assaults in Echo 4.
Target
New
spotted.
target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
Yeah. A lot of seismic still here at the corner.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty.
Oh my god, those arrows hurt.
Yeah, if they're medium or light, it really sucks.
At 25%.
This is a bit of a stalemate.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
At 25%. New target acquired. Fuel at 0%.
Yeah. They're moving a bit. Go for it, go for it.
Target spotted.
Warlord left right force open.
We're left down. Don't let the hostiles take down any more of you.
6.
Enemy forces at 71%.
Critical damage. 8 destroyed. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 25%.
Closing in around us.
All right, I did 640. I'm fine with that. All right, everybody. Thanks for coming along and spending some time with me, learning a little bit more about Project New Hope today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. You are still welcome to go in and donate at any point throughout the day today. hope you guys have yourselves a wonderful evening and a good weekend ahead, and I will catch you guys again really soon. Good night, all.